Yep. Got it.
Let's make sure I've got it set up.
Just got to make sure he's set it up correctly.
Can you guys hear that?
Yep, I can hear you.
Yep.
No, can you hear the music?
Music?
No.
No, we can't hear the music.
Okay, so this clearly needs to be set up at the start of each session.
Okay, it says you're sharing computer sound.
Yeah?
Yep.
Can you hear it?
No.
That's weird.
Oh, wait, there we go.
Let's say it's on quite low so you can
Yeah.
still hear us.
It's very quiet, so it's just for background music.
Oh, who's me? Oh, is this some?
This is
Adrian?
Ziegler.
Oh, it's okay. So you're doing it that way, are you, rather than overlaying it to the film?
Yeah, and that way we can actually have background music while we play again.
Hey.
And yes, I do have playlists dedicated to boss fights and horror sequences, and you get
And
it.
to each of our individual characters, we know.
Okay.
Okay.
Jenny, would you please fill in the party what happened last session? Because you are not actually in Torgaval yet.
No, we left Tulok, Roberto having finally beaten his father in a fight. No, I don't mean Tulok, I mean Halfton.
But you left Halfton.
We left Halfton, I do apologise.
But Halfton is in Tulok, you actually were correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
We also cleared out Fosco's old house, discovering it's full of traps, baleful hunters, and he killed my dog.
Who became an owl bear.
Yes, who's become an owl bear who still thinks he's a dog. So that's a thing.
Yeah.
Then we finally got back into Glendorrel. We got to Pelennor, where the mayor of the town had a present for us as a...
Denethor.
Oh, I've got Pelennor written down here.
Where we got from Pelennor?
And no, we stopped by Pelennor and then we moved on to Denethor.
Oh, I know what I've done.
Yeah.
I was just scribbling it down so fast. Sorry.
Yeah, that's all right.
Right.
Yes, we haven't discussed that any further, have we?
No, the mayor of Denethor has given us a wish spell.
Yes, the Ring of Efriti's Blessing.
And then the final closing part of this, which I've just written in massive capitals, is Richter is at my house.
Oh, yes, I forgot about that.
That's just written in massive, massive capitals. Richter is at my house. Which we found out via a letter from Andalgrim and Celadine. Andalgrim and Lana. Good grief, I'm doing it now. Andalgrim and Lana, that just says he's here for tea, and then it doesn't appear to have been signed properly.
Wonder where he's staying.
I don't know. It better not be at my parents' house.
So the local travel lodge, that's.
Are they doing halfling hospitality?
You arrived in Denethor on the night of the 25th of the 11th, I believe.
That's what I've got, yeah.
Torgaval is one more day's travel, but you cannot travel by night. Well, you can if you want to.
But it's night time currently, and
Yeah.
travelling by night isn't advised, is it?
Exactly, especially in the winter months.
Okay.
The snow...
Rimbal's swamp is icy and he's laying in wait.
The snow has finally fully set in Glendorrel, readying for a white winter festival, which the winter festival starts on the 20th of the 12th month. You have made it with more than enough time.
Oh, goody. Does this mean we're playing Find the Tibbles when we're walking?
I think it's more of Find Roberto because he's tiny.
So Tibbles has a few grey flecks, but he can camouflage quite well. Something else you've noticed, Ed, is how much bigger Tibbles is now. Previously, Tibbles was only big enough so that, say, Roberto could ride on him. Tibbles is now big enough that you could ride on him.
And I'm the biggest member of the party.
Yeah. Tibbles is now slightly bigger than an owlbear.
Which is good, because we need to keep dominance established.
What this does look me heist, I laugh.
We have Big Doggy, Big Owlbear, and Big Port.
No, not
Yeah.
Big Owlbear, Big Doggy.
He's a big doggy.
Well, we technically have two Big Ports.
So,
I'm just a big whore.
hat. No, you never charge. You're just a slut. So, moving through the streets of Denethor, you are regaled as heroes. People move as you walk through. As you recall, this is the place that you saved from the poisonous toad that Scora, back when he was going by the name Asim Locke, left here, that was sending women of a certain age and of lacking of children into horrendous frenzies.
I remember.
Was it just those who were being affected?
Yeah, that's whenever we had to lock them up because they were just trying to kill anybody, scratching, biting, clawing, punching, yeah.
This is because they were licking they were drinking toad lick.
Exactly. The toad was living in their drinking water, and the poison that it caused created a horrible toxin that only affected women of a certain age who had not yet born children.
It was Helenor, wasn't it, where the people were being taken away to feed the beast?
Yeah, to feed the lionfish.
Sea lion.
Sea lion. Oh yeah, there we are.
It's a sea lion. I can't believe how uncreative they were. It is literally a lion of the sea. It has a lion's head. Wow, Gygax.
On a fish body.
Yeah.
I am thinking slight Great Yarmouths and stuff though, because they've got a shield where it's literally the head of a lion and the body of fish.
Yeah, so a sea lion.
Yeah, there we go.
Weird. Right.
Could I have scribbled a note back with that kobold?
Sure.
Basically, I mean, literally word for word. Keep my dad safe. We'll be there as soon as we can. We're in Denethor.
Okay. So, as you recall, there are 2 taverns in Denethor. There is one that is regularly full, used by the merchants, and the other one is owned by one Tilladrill Esperon, the Happy Huntsman.
She's not there anymore, is she? She's in Torgaval.
You can own something from a distance.
Saliba couldn't manage it.
Oh, so leave decided to up sticks.
Strike you as the sort of person who's good at management, to be fair.
At last that you all knew, Tilly owned the Happy Huntsman.
Okay.
I just see the sign. I'm like, yeah. When I try to have the bard off.
You're heading up towards the Happy Huntsman.
Fuck it. Yeah.
Okay, give me a perception check.
I mean, we know Tilly, so maybe we'll get cheap rates.
Perception.
I quickly scratch Tibbles' head, get some fur, boom,
9.
stuff fur in my ears.
Oh, I see. Sorry, what was that, Dudley?
That's a 9.
9. You do not notice. Could everyone else make a check as well? If you're all headed towards the Happy Huntsman?
Perception, yeah.
Perception, please.
I'm too wrapped up in my own thoughts about
14.
that.
You're 14. Oh, remember you have advantage, by the way, Zed.
Yeah, already done it.
22.
9 as well.
You don't notice. Zed and Narlock, you notice the small wooden sign beneath the name of the Happy Huntsman that reads, now under new management.
Just sort of slap Roberto in the shoulder and go, hey, look.
Hey, what? Oh. That's new. What do you owns it?
I mean, could we be presumptuous that this will be a nicer monitor, or could there be worse?
Well, if I suddenly get the sudden urge to smack you across the face, steal your money, pay for drinks at the bar, then wedge his head, and then run off with Celadin's books, then we can all assume it's probably something to do with associated with someone who also knows how to charm, manipulate,
And not
Well,
just
well,
an asshole.
Yeah.
I mean, there's always a chance that could be worse than Tilly.
Nah.
She's not that bad, I have to say, because she's being nice to me and seems to think she's my best friend now.
All I care about is that she's left that heart here.
Oh,
If I recall, last time we all lost a lot of money.
I didn't.
And we
Oh
have.
no, we didn't because we were smart.
Yeah, you guys
resisted
did
it.
carry money.
I remind you both that we have, and I take the bag of holding, a lot of money. In fact, we got 3 of these.
True. We do have a lot of money.
Is it wise to flush around that much cash?
I just remembered something. We don't have to go to the bank of Port of Val to deposit our money. There's a bank right here.
There is.
Will they be open at this time?
Not at this time. You could always do it first thing in the morning before you leave.
It's not a bad idea. We could drop off some of it anyway.
Then I could dump you guys with experience points.
Okay.
Well, start working out the experience points.
Are we going to go and stay in the Happy Hunts? It is still called the Happy Huntsman.
It's still called the Happy Huntsman.
Are we going to stay here for the night then?
How does it look from the outside?
Looks good. Looks like it's in the middle of being renovated. The awning that was previously there where people sat has been replaced with more of an umbrella top to keep the snow and rain off. Think more like French by the side of the River Seine.
Mm-hmm.
And the actual decor of the building, they've been chipping away at the plaster that Tilly had put up, so it's more of a bare brick. If I was going to describe anything, it feels it feels like the John Leaper. You remember in Leicester?
Oh, the place we always went to go.
The place we always went to for breakfast after Alcon.
Yes.
Oh, the last Plantagenet.
That's it. The John Leaper was the one away. No, the John Leaper's here.
Yeah, John Leaper's here. You're the last Plantagenet because we've got King Richard, so that's all.
Basically, it looks like a non-franchised Weatherspoons.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
Well,
It'll be quiet. It'll be quieter, I suppose.
True. I mean, it'd be nice to get away from the crowds of people who keep doing the hero worship thing.
I just quickly put my ear against the door. Do I hear harp music?
You put your ear against the door. Roll.
Is it? What is this? A perception?
No, I just told you to roll a d20.
13.
13. As you lean down, the door swings open, just avoiding your face as you lean back, realizing that maybe putting your head against the door of a busy tavern, probably not the best idea, but there is no harp music. But there is no harp music. The music you can hear within is much more, it's more typical tavern fare, a bit of lute, a bit of lyre, some drums. Sounds like just a typical folk band.
Sounds like my kind of gig.
You know what? I'm freezing. Let's at least go in and have a drink. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see if they've got some. Let's see if they've got some rooms at least for the night.
I wonder what the hot.
The ground's getting too stiff for the tent.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what one of their strongest drinks are.
Thank you.
Tilly's turpentine, probably.
I wonder if they'll let the animals in now.
Oh.
I know, she's being cute. Kittens. You've been fed. But yeah, I wonder if they'll let our animals in, because back then we just had Tibbles, and now we've got... obviously, Hockey's so little and cute, they won't have a problem with that, but Tibbles and 20...
Yeah, but I'm sorry, boy. We might have to stay outside unless they got a big dog. There's a place that he can sit.
Now, Hockey can go in. The problem with Tibbles and 20, though, is they are physically too big for the door.
Oh dear.
That said,
don't worry, boy. I'll get some food sent out for you.
Tibbles leans over and grabs 20 by the collar and starts dragging him in the sort of direction to sit down to one side of the door where you have the door. 20 just gives you a nod look. Sorry, Tibbles gives you a nodding look. 20 just gives you a look.
He's just like...
20's eyes are unfocused.
Yeah, you're giving two of you a look.
I'm gonna have to redraw 20 now, aren't I?
There's a lot of things need to be redrawn for this campaign.
Do you know what he reminds me of? When you see the guy who did the comic, what do you call that one in America? The kid with the living tiger, teddy bear. Calvin and Hobbes.
Oh,
yeah.
that one.
He
Yeah.
did this other comic of and I'm sorry for using the word, a retarded cat
That's
who
fine.
just flung himself about everywhere, and he was literally just getting up going, doubling. I'll have to send you a clip of it, but this is what I think of when I think 20.
That's the Captain Morgan's please does.
It's the first one, first bottle at the bottom.
Well, long day at work. We're lucky I'm not running this game while smoking. There you go.
That thing,
Yeah, you can put it on the timer or have it constantly on.
didn't put that.
All right, so the doggies are going to sit outside for the moment.
Yeah. I was going to ask, is the music too quiet or is it okay?
It's fine. I can actually hear it a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, that's really good. I'm glad.
I was going to say, if you have it too much louder, it overpowers the dialogue. Remember, because we
Longer.
tried this.
Yeah. I'm half tempted to see this hockey one to wait outside with these guys because I know she can come in, but it doesn't seem fair.
Hey, it's alright. Devils can keep it under control.
To be fair, you could have hockey go big and sit outside.
It's if you think hockey will tolerate that.
As long as there's a massive trough somewhere, I'm pretty sure she'd be fine.
Tell you what, I will bring you some food, but if something happens out here that we need to know about, you come running inside small.
Well done, we
Boink.
confirm it's just to be small.
Yeah. Yeah.
Visions there of the wall being bashed in.
You get the feeling of she understands.
Okay, let's go in and at least get something to drink. I'm really cold.
Just need to wait for Nick to get back.
Oh God, I hadn't noticed.
Yeah, I'm here.
He did a Batman.
All right. As you walk in, could everyone give me perception checks?
I'm not good at these.
You are not.
Since Tibbles is outside, do I lose my bonus?
That is correct.
Yeah. 22.
21.
6.
6. Celadine, your attention is purely focused by how pleasant the room feels. Very different to the last time you were here. It is warm, welcoming, and you just get this feeling of, rather than trying to separate you from your money, it's trying to build a much more pleasant atmosphere, more a place for people to come to rather than just drink their sorrows away and pork whatever till he's got going.
Feels like the sort of place you take your kids for dinner now.
Exactly. Roberto, you can clearly see that this is definitely the case as there are many children here.
Oh.
Some of which you recognise. Not from Torgaval, not from Denethor, but from Brayla.
Oh, God.
But what did you do?
I didn't do anything.
Right?
I just grabbed Nark. I'm like, I recognise some of these children. They were from Brayla.
Narlock.
Yeah.
You definitely recognise someone, namely the human bartender stood behind the bar pouring shots for a few locals while simultaneously giving candy to children. He has a scar down the right side of his face that then forms into the body of a snake tattoo that goes down his throat into his jerkin. You recognise this man as the proprietor of the Drunken Troll Inn back in Brayla, in the town where Zed departed for a small time, not to know what happened, Kelner. And Celadine managed to get you all in trouble with a member of the Belmont family. Benart Belmont.
Bernard, well, yes.
Was it Kellner where he was hiding? Was it Kellner where he was hiding?
He wasn't hiding, he was in charge of the knights there.
Who was hiding?
No.
He was the one that got us in the tent that basically says, right,
No, that was Tim.
Yeah, that was Tim.
That was Paladin Tim.
Benart Belmont was the one who was now running Kellner, who had put most of the guards to the sword, and then when found out that you guys were merchants, wanted to see your wares so his men could spend their money.
Oh, yeah.
That was in Kellner. And Zed, speaking of someone in Kellner, I hope you remembered your letters, because there is a particular dwarf who has just clocked you as you walked in and is racing over to you.
Does he recognise me?
Oh, now there's a question.
I'm not green anymore.
You're not green anymore. But I know what's going on. Zed, you old fuck! And he punches you in the stomach. This dwarf, by the way, is maybe 3'5", 4 foot wide at the shoulders, and is wearing iron gauntlets and iron boots.
Oh, that must have really hurt.
I mean, I know I'm shifting away from Goliath, but there's still some resistance.
What was that?
I know I'm shifting away from Goliath at the moment, but there's still some resistance.
It doesn't hurt. It hurts, but not enough to cause actual damage.
Sucker punch.
Yeah. The dwarf has a silvery beard and hair that was clearly previously red, and is braided with stone ornaments of a handmade design.
I tried to do that, and you would smash my head in.
Oh. Oh, right. Why didn't you give him one too?
Are you a friend of Zed's?
Why not?
Go for it!
Boom!
Stag Knight.
Straight in the gut.
Sorry, Cal, it's your Stag Knight all over again.
It really is. As you know, this is Isman, the dwarf.
Yeah.
You finally got him back safe. Though I've got to say, not sure about whatever you've done to your face and skin. I know she used to call you Greenie, but there was no reason to, like, I don't know. That looks like a halfling fake tan. Taking a look at your skin, you are starting to turn a bit of a more dusky tone.
That's new. Call it a town by dragonfly.
Oh, now that sounds interesting. Hope you don't mind me kidnapping your priest for a few hours.
I owe him a drink. Won't you please?
Vesipa, get the table ready. You're gonna love this. You're not leaving in a single piece. And he just walks Zed away deeper into the tavern.
I want to see what happens.
Should we follow? Should we? I don't know what we're
What
supposed
do you
to.
all want to do? You need to get rooms for the night.
I'll go to the bar and organise some rooms for us, shall I?
Thank you. I propose that we sit but near where Zed is so we can observe.
Okay.
Ooh, not a bad idea.
I'll come join you and I'll get drinks as well.
All right.
Thanks, Ellie.
You approach, and the human man by the name of Vesipa looks up. You have previously met this man. This is the previous bartender of the Drunken Troll Tavern. He goes, "You were blonde last time I saw you.
Oh, yeah. I think I prefer it this way though.
Suits you better, makes you look less like one of them. How can I help you?"
Right. Well, me and my friends, we need 4 rooms, and do you do lodging for animals at all?
We've got to deal with the stables.
Quite big animals.
I mean, we house Shire horses. How big are we talking?
Very big wolf, and okay, he's an owl bear, but he is completely tame and thinks he's a dog. And a massive pig. A massive pig.
Look out the window.
Yeah, you might just want to take a gander right there and you'll see them.
As soon as Narlock says it, you were the one that gave us the writs of transit.
That's me.
Yeah, no worries. What are you drinking? What are you eating? Come on. It's on the house.
Oh.
Oh,
You got half a brailer. Well, at least the half that was worth saving out. The least I can do is put you up for the night.
very nice. Very appreciated. Thank you.
No,
Okay.
thank you.
I suppose 3 of the best drinks that you recommend. You should always take the bartender's recommendation.
Half elf, halfling, orc. Got you.
Just because I'm a halfling, I won't have half pints.
No, don't do that.
Please.
Don't believe in that crap.
I need to update my notes then.
Just
So.
imagine Roberto with a magnum of champagne.
I am living life at the fullest. And then suddenly an elf walks by. Hello.
You know what? I've come up with a drink in honor of the folks that saved us. So, head over to the table. I'll send over a full round of orc spiced wings. Make sure there's a nice bottle of wine for the three of you to share. And on top of that, you can all have a half and half orc martini.
Oh, yay!
That's new.
Half and half. What?
Genuinely a drink from the Dungeon Meister guide.
Yes.
So it is an ounce of green creme de menthe.
Got it.
Hmm?
Got it.
An ounce of green de coco.
Creme de cacao. Got it.
And 2 ounces of half and half.
That's that
Ah!
cream, that milk cream
No,
stuff, isn't
half
it?
and half is, I think it's like triple sec.
Now half and half is a cream that you put in coffee.
Oh, is it that one?
Oh, yeah, it's something they have in America. It's basically artificial milk.
Yeah. Okay, there we go.
You probably replace it with, actual cream, let's be honest here.
And it is served in a martini glass. The other option might have been the sneak attack. But there you go. So, heading over to the table, a bottle of the finest champagne from the cellars is brought up. There is a round of half of orc spiced wings, Narlock. These are no spices that you've ever tried before. The orcs do tend towards spiced meats because they're easily travelable. But this is really nice. This is more like, it's like spicy wings, but like spicy salted chicken wings.
Oh, salted chili chicken then.
Yes, there we go. Thank you. As well as a side of chips for everyone. And also one of these half orc and half. Half and half orcs.
Oh, when
My luck is just chucking wings into his mouth, bones and all, and chewing it all down.
all right, yeah.
Apple big bones.
You know,
Zed.
I've seen Andalgrim do the same thing. I don't know why I'm shocked.
Was there something you wanted?
I was going to say we should have mentioned to send something out nice for the animals as well.
You do see a waiter going out with plates of. It looks like scrap sausages. They're all
Some
meat
they-
eaters.
So long as they don't know that we had something nicer than them.
There is a slight shriek from outside, and then you hear Vesper shout, "Don't be rude to the heroes of Brela!" And the heroes of Denethor, as it turns out.
What?
Ah, we're gonna need a new Jimmy.
I think I better
Oh,
get-
that's God, dinosaurs, isn't it? We're
Yeah.
gonna need.
We're gonna need new Timmy.
I think I better get a collar for 20 so people know he's owned.
Oh, he has a collar.
Oh yeah, his
His
armor
chainmail
shifted.
armor basically stretched enough to form a collar, but he doesn't have armor anymore.
That's fine. He's an owl bear.
Yeah. He is an owlbear.
What happened to Tibbles' coat? His precious.
Oh, that's been growing with him.
That's-
The divine magic has actually allowed that to grow at the same rate. So he is still wearing a diamond and silver collar.
Jesus, how big
Diamond and platinum.
diamonds? How big are the damn diamonds?
The diamonds are about that big. Each one of those could be used for animate dead.
Jesus.
Oh, sorry, reanimate dead. So a revival spell.
Yeah, but you'd have to get them off him first.
Yeah, good luck. Okay, Zed. I'm gonna need a fair few Constitution saves here.
Oh, sweet.
Because Isman has been putting 1 gold coin for every day since he has been in Denethor after you guys saved Brayla.
Yep, I remember the letter.
He has amassed 80 gold pieces, and his statement in the letter was that if you leave before he has spent every penny, he will consider it a great disrespect and you no friend.
Yes, I recall. Oh, Christ.
Is he doing the drinking point?
So hang on, it's about 2-3 silver for a pint, something like that there.
It is.
Free copper.
It is 4 copper pieces for a flagon of ale.
And he has
And I-
80 gold, and he's spending it all on drink.
I have maths this. I think you're going to enjoy this. As you guys sit down and finish your meal,
We're sat near
the
enough to watch.
platters of food are delivered to this giant orc-like man you have been traveling with, and this small, even by the standards of dwarf.
Is it just looking at standard rules like we used to?
Oh yeah. First person to vomit pays the next time.
Oh no, they're having an eating contest.
The food that is brought, these are all extra large portions, include dwarven barbecue, whiskey barbecue, ribs. So imagine Jack Daniel's barbecue sauce ribs.
Ooh.
The same orc spiced wings that the three of you just shared, but double that amount. Halfling apple pies. So apple pies that are about that big, each one a mouth-sized portion. There is a platter of them.
Lifelings.
This isn't fair. Why are they getting?
Welcome to man dwarf versus food.
Turkey sliders.
So here's the thing. Eating contests aren't for you to actually enjoy the food, Roberto. If you actually just want to have some of it, I think we should just order in a much smaller portion.
Elven venison kebabs hanging from skewers. About 20 of them. And enough chips to choke this entire town to death.
God, they just have this great big fryer outside that has been going for the bad food.
Pretty much. As for the drinks, 2 bottles of dwarven whiskey are brought to the table, as well as 2 bottles of gnomish gin. And the first 2 of what is promised to be 150 steins of ale. That, by the way, is 150 litres of ale.
Okay.
They're
How am I
done.
meant to be rolling this?
Okay, so the first roll, so basically giving you a constitution roll against food and a constitution roll against drink. Depending on your roll, that dictates the third roll.
Please be kind. Please be kind. Please be kind. Do I? Constitution is currently 19, so that's
+4.
10 on the first.
The food's good, but you've been used to like travel rations. This is it's not even that it's heavy, it's that it's so flavorful.
Yeah, just hits the palate like a steamroller.
Meanwhile, Isman fucking nailing it. Just everything. He's grabbing handfuls of spiced wings, handfuls of apple pies. He's eating the burgers by the double. And
Yep.
the chips. He's just buried his face in them at one point. There are chips in his beard. He has a chip
What?
beard.
He's always got chips in his beard.
Yeah, but
That's
these
what
are fresh ones.
chips.
Yeah, but these are fresh ones.
I know.
Does it count if they get stuck in his face?
Drink.
Oh Christ! 9.
Oh
You
dear.
did better than Isman. Neither of you two are doing well at holding your ale, especially the moment that Isman starts saying that you need to depth charge the whiskey.
Oh.
Oh.
This is gratuitous. Last roll.
Please. 9.
Again.
Just pass a gold over to Roberto. You win.
Hey.
Yeah, Zed. Neither of them look well, I will say that. Even Isman is going, oh, I face too much. I have sinned in the eyes of Moradin. As he glugs his ale, and the ale just goes into his beard. He doesn't even drink it, it passes into his mouth and out in the same breath.
Narlock just looks to the party just goes, here, watch this. Hey, Zed.
Oh no, don't trigger it, don't trigger it.
Excuse me a second.
You did roll bad, but not bad enough to hurl.
No.
It is
Yeah.
down to you how Zed is reacting.
Just a second.
Oh god, he's looking at the spell list.
Love it.
Oh, no. Roberto's just looking enviously. I'm like, Sally, you know that we can eat like how real halflings can eat, right?
Well, that's a good point. I'm still not sure that
I suppose I could cover him in beans.
Have your
A
beer.
dear Narlock, a dear sweet saviour, covered in me.
If he continues to piss me off, I'll just shove an apple pie in his face. Actually, no, that's it. I'll grab an apple pie and hurl it at him.
Okay, give me a throw check.
Oh, does it always devolve into food fights?
When he threw a cupcake, I threw an apple pie.
That seems fair.
Revenge.
This is because this is a improvised weapon. It does run off strength.
Oh dear.
What's 18 star again?
1800. You're at max strength. This is like +8. Echo.
14.
To the Thaco chart. I have this.
I'll laugh so hard if he misses.
Roll the dex check, see if you can catch yourself in the air like a dolphin.
Narlock, what's your armor class?
-1.
Hit.
Oh!
Apple pie to the face.
Not, as he gets back up, gets hit in the face, it knocks him off the stool, he rolls backwards and smacks his head off the back wall, the face coming out the back.
Oh,
That's for the cupcake.
Oh dear.
that looks like fun. Ismond grabs one of the sliders and throws it at Roberto.
I'll make an action to duck.
No, but he does miss.
Wait, that was a waste of good food.
Then join in.
I want to eat, not fight. And then I'll fight after I eat.
What kind of dwarf are you?
I'm a halfling.
Oh, have this then. And then he throws the he's throwing a handful of chips at you. It does hit, but it's like scattergun.
Do I catch any in my mouth?
Give me a dex check.
Dex save. That'll be 22.
You catch most of the chips in your face. Saucing. Like you just get a glob of ketchup and like 10 chips right in your mouth. Don't speak with your mouth full. That's rude.
That's
Haven't I taught you nothing?
Oh, that's a point of eating shit. Anyway.
And Ismond winds up inviting the entirety of the Travelers of Leyspark, basically the whole tavern to join in.
Yeah, that's how. Come on, join in. That food should never go to waste.
It does not.
Yeah.
Oh,
Who's going to need a tavern full to finish these chips?
It takes it. Actually, most of the chips get sent out to hockey.
Yeah, so do you need another roll from me? I guess me and Ismond are still in the contest, aren't we?
No, you both failed the same level, would you believe? Basically, he passed on the food. You did quite well. You did better than him on the drinks, and you both kind of evened out across both. Oh, music song.
I'm actually quite hurt as Roberto because I'm like, all that food. All that food.
No.
Hey, you've been invited to partake in it.
That's great. It's just the stuff I've just seen you guys eat.
But there's plenty of it left over, look. Good grief, there's plenty of it left over.
Let me check the temperature.
There we go.
Oh, there you go.
They got disconnected, that's all.
Oh, it's the Funky Dance remix.
Yeah, this has been on my jovial playlist this whole time. Gonna switch back to the general D&D playlist.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. You all enjoy a lot of food, a lot of drink, and have a really good night's rest. Who, by the way, is carrying the Ring of Efriti's Blessing?
Oh, which one of us should carry it?
Because the town mayor just handed it to the group. Who actually took it?
I reckon the safest place it could be with is there. I reckon.
Oh, if Zed has it, he'll put it on a chain around his neck underneath his armor.
Okay.
And you're probably the best person to carry it simply because it's hard to put you down than all the rest of us. And to be honest as well, I don't know how much I'd trust myself not to use it. If I had it, I mean.
The activation phrase, as you were given it to summon the Efreeti to do the wish, is Xanadu.
Xanadu.
Okay, I'm not saying that out loud because I know what some DMs do.
Yeah.
So you give them a phrase and somebody says it, and then, he said it.
Yeah, time for the wish.
No.
Oh, yeah. Bear with me just 1 second.
Continue.
So deal with the morning after for Celadine and Roberto.
Well then,
I was actually going to ask, was there any lovely young maidens that I could try and talk to?
Good morning.
give me a perception check.
I'm imagining that violin.
7.
Any lovely young ladies that may have been at this tavern left the second the food fight and binge eating started.
Okay.
Any young ladies that continued would not normally be considered lovely, but hey, you can have a go.
Ladies who stuck around are the ones comfortable being involved in a food and feast.
As a very cheesy chat-up line, I'll just say, hey, want to stay for food? Literally, dinner's on me.
Give me a roll.
Literally,
With
dinner's on
advantage.
Literally, dinner's on me.
We are the heroes of the town, so.
You are.
Sorry, what check was that again?
It's charisma.
Charisma check. Here we go.
Ooh.
With advantage, that's a dirty 20.
Fantastic. I love a dirty 20. And it's a very dirty 20 because you wake up with a very dirty woman. Of half-elven persuasion.
I just heard I'm feeling sloppy coming out.
He's talking about his seconds.
Have you ever seen Billy Madison?
I don't
The
think
crazy lunch lady. And she goes, have some more sloppy joes. I made them just the way you like them. Sloppy.
Okay, we're ready to go on.
Right, ready to continue?
Yeah. Right, I was just checking something
Sorry.
on my notes.
Roberto, you wake up to a buxom, if handsome woman. Both of you so laden in leftover food, you don't know where your clothes are beneath the chips.
Oh, chips were involved.
I swear, if he comes down in a sausage farm.
I literally just look up and I'm like, I'm not in the mood for chips for breakfast.
That's good. That's a good one. Okay, Narlock.
Yeah.
Can you give me a constitution roll?
No problem.
Celadine as well, for that matter, please.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, yikes, that's not be good on me. Well, it's not too bad on me, actually. Yeah.
12.
8. What's wrong with my dice?
Narlock,
I need one from me too.
in a moment. Narlock, you do have a slight hangover, but it's like that early hangover. Like, you got so drunk, you thought it'd be a good idea to try smoking, and your mouth is just full of like this fuzzy feeling. Like you need a tongue scraper ASAP, or at least another beer.
Just start coughing up ash.
So then,
Yeah.
you have got a hangover, and it is mostly focused in your hair, which is just...
Oh,
And you have a lot of hair.
yeah, it's gone dandelion.
You've got this crazy bad headache, and it's just your hair is there, and as you try to brush it, it just makes the headache worse.
Oh.
Do you look like Foxy the old disco people with the perm so high.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Saladine's got waist length black hair. You do the mask.
Yeah, it's everywhere.
Oh, you look like Bellatrix.
But bigger. All right, and Zed, could you give me a Constitution saving throw at disadvantage?
Oh. 8.
Yep. Much the same as Celadine, like crazy hungover. And as you're like stumbling out of the bed, you like pull yourself up, and then when you stand up, you kind of look in the mirror, and you don't know if it's the hangover, you're seeing things, or some kind of weird magic's gone on. You've gone through another slight change.
Okay.
You are looking a lot less Goliath-esque and looking a lot more orc-esque. If you were going to assess, you would say you look a lot more like your brother, but thinner.
This is a. Oh, what was in that? What was in that half and half wall?
Half orc, possibly.
Question, Carl, just for Narlock's recognition purposes. Does he look like an orc or a half orc?
Orc.
Right.
I mean, that said, the difference between a half orc and an orc is basically nothing. But if you were going to define what Zed looks like at the moment, he looks more like a full-blooded orc. Still a few human traits and still a lot bigger than a normal orc would be. Actually, Narlock, give me a roll. I'm going to go intelligence.
5.
Ow. You can't put a name to it. You remember your... I'm just going to get the name. No, sorry, paper is everywhere. There are multiple plot lines. Here we go. You remember your half-brother, Macklon? The one who took over the tribe from your father?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Idiot?
Yeah, the idiot. He looked a bit like how Zed's kind of looking now, would be the only way you can kind of... Like, you're still wasted. You're still, like, hungover, so it's a bit difficult to put your thoughts in one direction, but that would be the direction you're thinking. He's got that kind of, like, build and silhouette and presence.
As soon as I see him hung over in blurred vision, I just go,
Why would you do this?
You know what? My head hurts so bad. Go ahead. See it?
oh.
How much?
Oh.
How much is behind the bar? From last night.
Oh, you finished all of it. But for you guys, drinks and food's still on the house.
Thank the white wolf. It's over. It doesn't have to continue. At least not for it's not for now.
Yeah.
And so he comes down. I've tried to pull my hair into a ponytail at least, but it's still doing the bump.
You've wound up going with like a high ponytail.
So it looks like I've got a ball on my head then.
You've kind of got Vegeta hair. Actually, you've got the kind of hairstyle that Shikamaru has from Naruto.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, basically ponytail and the hair's just pointed up.
Yeah, I know it does this sometimes. It'll go back to normal when I feel better. Please tell me there's something that makes me feel better.
And reaches behind the bar, starts pouring your drink.
No, that will make...
That'll fix it. And he passes you basically a Bloody Mary.
You know, I don't even...
hold on. Celery.
You know, I don't even care. Go to the table, just drink my Bloody
Yeah.
Mary slowly.
You guys have your breakfast. You all come into a closer semblance of feeling better. Narlock and Roberto, you guys are fine by the end of breakfast.
Okay.
Zed, your roll was also for your constitution check. Yeah,
okay.
because obviously you'd stop drinking by a certain point because you want to do other things.
I literally.
Mostly focus on chips.
So is that when I'm like down in the morning? I'm like, good morning, friends.
Yeah, he's fine.
Roberto, why have you got so many chips in your car?
Oh, do I still have chips in my head? Must have. Well, I mean, I was kind of finding chips off the floor, I guess.
Oh.
It's a waste of good food.
So as if they've only been there 5 seconds, the disease can't jump onto it.
That's it. That's the one. Yeah. 5-second rule. Definitely the 5-second rule.
It's a tiefling breakfast, so give me a constitution save.
Oh, I hate you.
What?
Oh wait, is this going to be super spicy?
No, it's a remake, it's a retake on your constitution save for drunkenness.
Oh, okay.
That's what a tiefling breakfast does.
Oh, I didn't realise, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, that's better. That's, what's my con bonus? It is +3, so that's a 15.
15. Okay, you're still feeling a bit, and the hair still needs to be the ponytail, but it comes down.
See, I told you when I start to feel better, it stops doing that.
Wizards, I swear.
It's got to be back to normal before we get to Torgaval, or my parents will know I've drunk.
So, the day is yours. You are planning to be in Torgaval by nightfall, which means you will need to set off by about lunchtime. What do you want to do in Denethor before you leave? Or is it just a straight run? Or do you guys want to start listing off what the fuck is in your bag of holdings, and I will tell you how much experience points you will gain after the Winter Festival?
Yeah. Zed will entrust that to Celadine. I think he's just gonna be feeling
So it's
rather
one
sorry
of
for
these
himself.
little cards.
Yeah.
I know you've handed me this so far, so.
So, are me and Narlock and Roberto going to head to the bank to get things deposited then?
Yeah.
Zed, are you heading to where the animals were stabled for the night?
Yeah, Zed will take care. We'll watch the animals until they're ready to go. He'll make sure they're all sorted out.
Oh. Any particular one?
Pink, please.
I don't give you one.
No.
Just checking.
Oh, no, here we go.
Oh, there we go.
Sorry, it was covered by notes. Okay, so I will do a time skip in-game when I do the recording on this. Actually, fuck it. Everybody tell me what's in your bag of holdings. Dudley, you have given me your list, so I will read this out. 1 oil of slipperiness, 1 mithril bar, a tapestry of Grolver, 20 gold, 24 weeks worth of oil, Fenris's lantern, patchwork bedroll, seagull with a note, mirror, green hat, Fenris, 10 onyx gemstones, that's some Revan Kit original artwork.
Sorry if I didn't make it very clear.
Oh wait, no, that's the paintings from
Foscos.
they're Foscos.
Yeah, sorry, I was
That's
just
Looming
indicating what they were. Yeah.
Threat with a parlor. Yep. 10 scented oils, 10 lapis, and an adamantine ingot. Do you actually want to sell the adamantine ingot?
Oh,
Because your plans are more mithril, aren't they?
yeah. So the adamantine ingot. Yeah, I guess get a bit of like pocket money.
I'll cross out everything that's worth something.
Most of what's on mine, I'm now looking, is actually potions and things, but I have got a few bits and pieces of value.
Just give me a second.
Yeah, no problem. Hello, kitties. They're on the scrounge again.
They are. Right, thank you very much, Lily.
Thank you.
I need to do one thing on the bank account before I do anything else. I need to confirm something. When you made a note of Tapestry of Grolver, were you actually referring to the tapestry that is the history of Celebor
I think it
that
was.
you found in the Underdungeon?
It might have been, and it was just a tapestry of Brilver.
We
remember.
we did take a tapestry, didn't we?
We
Yeah,
did,
it was the tapestry cell door, so actually I've already accounted for that. That's fine. Not in your experience points, but in the bank. Okay, Celadine, what is in your bag of holding? And I'll tell you to cross things off as I hear them.
Do they take weapons as well?
Yes.
Staff of the Apprentice, my old staff.
Okay, cross that off.
Yeah, I will cross it off. I'm going to need a new bag of holding sheet.
Probably.
I've got a tapestry of Raven Kit written down here that's worth ludicrous amounts of GP.
Already got that noted.
Right.
That can now be applied to your experience points.
Okay. There's 2 diamonds, but I think we were keeping those for revivifies. So
They revivify in ADnD1e does not use diamonds.
never mind then. 2 diamonds of about 5,000 gold worth.
Oh, weren't the diamonds for your diamond dust?
They were, but that was until you completed the spell.
Until I completed the spell, yes. Plus, I've got that stuff that Whitebank, the Star Sapphire that Whitebank gave me that I can use for components now as well. Okay, we've got 3 sets of electrum-plated cutlery.
Yep.
A bone necklace.
Okay.
3 necklaces with animals on them, being specifically a dog, a bear, and a snake.
Okay.
A platinum ring.
Right.
No, I want to keep that. I'm not sure if these are paintings or books. I've not written down, but they're Raven Kits. Beloved Impurity and Purest Maiden.
Yep, those are both 2 of his masterclasses.
Right. I might have more of those. I've just realised I've got a whole set of his books that are also signed.
Right, those aren't books.
No, those are artworks. I know.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Sorry, just need to go to the bank account just see I've got them marked. Let's have a look. My Impurest Maiden and the Purest Maiden.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. 3 platinum bejeweled chokers.
3 platinum. Holy shit! You've had them a while.
I know.
Those are literally from when you guys got them from the Sphinx.
I know.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yes, one of them we gave to Tibbles.
Yeah.
And I've got 20 sapphires here.
Do you want to sell those?
Well, I mean, he can get sapphires anyway, can't he?
Okay, I was just asking.
If he wants sapphires, he just tells kobolds to go get sapphires.
This is true. Okay, is that everything?
Depends if you want to count the books as well.
I mean, I'd say that books you'd have to sell to its seller. The bank will only sell things that are easy to move.
Okay, in which case I think that's everything.
Okay, Narlock.
Right.
Here we go.
Now this is where the money comes into it, because I took most of the money in jewels and what do you call it?
Hold on.
I'm really sorry. I forgot all the money that we're carrying around as well.
Yeah.
I'm so used to carrying it. I've forgotten.
How many gold?
How many gold? Sorry, it's all 332. So I could probably keep that, to be honest.
Yeah, you can keep that.
Spending 1,026 platinum.
1,026 platinum. That's 5,100. Yep.
And 9,779 silver.
9,997.
No, 9,779.
10,000. 1,000. Okay.
That's
Right.
all. That's all I am carrying. Sorry about that.
Okay, Narlock.
Right. I don't know if you can see it, but this page down to here, and there's things scribbled off, but down to this point here is my bag of holding, because most of it is tiny things.
I love bag of holding, just like looking through your bag of holding, because I
So-
will tell you if something has decayed, and that will make me laugh.
Starting off, here we go. 20,000 platinum,
Okay.
25 rubies that you valued each one at 5,000 gold.
So how many was that?
25.
25 each at 5,000. 25 times 5 would be 125. So 125,000.
Yep. 15 gold rings.
Hold on.
No problem.
15 gold rings.
Yep.
3 years of carols.
So there's 50. How do I remember this? I don't know. Yep.
10 gold ruby crowns.
That's weird. Okay.
A gold bracelet.
Yep.
Are you counting potions and scrolls? Because that's quite a lot of what's in here.
You can shift those if you want to. They will sell them for the lowest price, but you can just get rid of them.
I think I might hang on to them then. Okay. 1 leather armor.
Yep.
A +1 sword.
Yep.
I'm going to hang on to the Scarab of Insanity just in case. A wand of fire.
A wand of fire.
Yep.
Okay.
Now the money comes in all different spots where we found it. So I've got 4,000 copper.
4,000 copper, so that'd be 400, so that'd be 40 gold.
3,000 silver.
300 gold.
5,608 gold, because we spent some of that amount there. And same again, there is 306 platinum as well in that lot. We spent some of that.
306 platinum. So times 5, about 1,500. Yep. There's
70 emeralds.
17 emeralds.
70.
70 emeralds. Fantastic. That makes my life a lot easier. 7 times 750. No, wait, hold on. Those are 2,500 a piece. So 7 times 2,500.
We could be here a while.
You'll be fine. 7 times 25 is that'd be 175.
Yes.
30 electrum charms.
Hold on. 17500, so 17,500. 175,000.
30 electrum charms.
Electrum charms, 30 of which each of those is about 10 gold, so 30, about 300.
I like to imagine you've just tipped up the bag of holding. There's just this pile pouring out to the floor of the bank.
There's just a Scrooge McDuck-like character just sifting through, just and do it.
We're only a third of the way there.
I love it.
It's going to be all 3 bags of holding at the end of this, and it's going to go.
Yeah, they're going to become sentient. Okay,
6
next.
diamond.
How many?
6.
6. 3,000. 50,000.
Now we come to another load of money. So we have 12,000 copper.
Hold on, 12,000 copper would be 1,000 silver, would be 120. Okay.
6,000 silver.
600 gold.
And 2,000 gold.
Okay.
4 gold bracelets.
4 gold bracelets.
Now we come into some of the stuff I bought, so I'll skip past that to other things we found. A silver dagger.
Yep.
Some books I want to hang on to. I want to hang on to the scrying lord. 5 gold necklaces.
Wasn't the silver dagger something that Saladin bought for Narlock? Or is that something else?
No, that's one of the ones I have on me.
Mm.
Didn't you give the scrying orb to the temple?
I did.
You had 2 scrying orbs.
We did.
Yes, we give a scrying lord to the temple.
Yeah, I thought Saladin had the other one.
No, I'm not touching that thing.
No, you have the scrying mirror, don't you?
Yeah, I've got the mirror because that doesn't seem to let Bane look at me.
Okay. So the last thing then I told you was the 5 gold necklaces.
Yep.
Okay, so the next one is 1 gold pendant.
Okay.
A silver necklace with fire opal.
Oh, no, that's actually worth something. Yep.
50 gold.
Yep.
Look at you.
30,000 gold.
30,000.
Yep.
Okay.
300 platinum.
Maybe 1,500. Okay.
120 rubies.
120 rubies.
Yep.
He's valued at 5,000 gold. 120 times 5 would be 1,200.
600.
Yeah. 600, add 3 zeros, 600,000.
Jeez.
Now remember, this is first edition, so every gold piece is 1 experience point.
55 platinum rings.
55 platinum rings.
Yep.
Whose fingers did we cut those off of?
You collected them from the Horde of Grilver.
Oh.
Mm.
Oh, yeah.
55.
And I think he chewed a few fingers off to get those.
Yeah.
But there were a lot of
Hey, she
buttholes.
meant nothing to
As
me,
well.
okay?
Ha. Okay. Next.
20 gold and gem necklaces.
Okay.
I have a +3 greatsword.
Hey, that's one of Zed's old ones.
+4
Yeah,
sword mail.
inventory EXP ever.
Yeah,
Plus,
I think that's another one of my.
plus-
I think that's one of my old ones as well.
The +5 shield. I don't know if that was yours or.
I think it was back before I used the greatsword. I relied on maces.
Yeah, before you got that great sword in the first starting point.
The last things I have then at the bottom is those wines and brandies that we picked up. Are we hanging on to them or are we?
What do you want to do with them? This is your bag of holding.
But this is the party stuff. This is the wine that's 40 years old, the brandy that's 40 years old, and the 3 bottles of Napa wine.
Oh, wait, don't you want to keep the wine because that's hallucinogenic?
The Maha wine is the one that knocks you out.
Yep.
Yeah, there was like, don't drink it, Roberto.
The brandy and the other wine, then the 40-year-old ones, do we sell them or do we keep them?
No, I say we keep hold of those for the minute because we need something to confront your father with.
Oh, yeah.
In
That
which
sounds
case,
like
we
a
are
long
done.
story. Right. I will keep that page. Everyone tick off all your treasures or weapons or things that you sold
Mm-hmm.
from your...
Essentially, most of this page is gone now. Well, I'm gonna
After the Winter Festival, and before we actually go into the end game part of this, you will get your last level ups.
Okay. Do you guys want to know what I'm actually holding?
Sure, if
Yeah,
you want
go
to.
ahead.
I mean, is there anything you want to put into the bank?
So I'm not there, am I?
No, you're not actually. Go on.
Yeah. Okay, I got a ring of water walking. Still love that.
Useful.
Potion of levitation. 2 mana potions, 3 standard healing potions, 1 greater healing potion. Darren's instant tent, Mountain of Everglow, Pipe of Tefat, Book of Mimic Detection, Vorpal Greatsword, Coin of Patches, Incense, 6 checks of the bank still.
Oh, you've got the rest of them.
Yeah. Brooch of Shielding, Vellum, Notebook, Paper and paper and ink. I think I do have something else. Nervous Shield, Morningstar, Helmet of Leopard. What on earth is that? Oh, some kind of oh no, that's just what it did. Crystal of Hephaestus. Oh right, yes, I got the Crystal of Hephaestus.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Which you need to take to Dale.
Yes, I said I'll do that at a later point.
Well, once we get to talk about, I'm sure one of the Well, for starters, travel will be a lot easier, and for seconders, one of the dragons might give you a lift.
Something you've all noticed, by the way, previously, when you made the route from Denethor to Pelennor, it took 5 days. You're able to do that route in 1. The roads are not only safer, but they are better constructed for faster travel. Also, you're not doing it on foot.
So we're riding massive animals.
I mean, you had a Shire horse last time, but the pig is actually quicker than the Shire horse.
I think Zed's actually just on Tim's back. Oh.
Okay, are you guys now headed for Torgaval?
I think so, because I think I don't think we can hold Celadine back any longer. She's probably just snapping nerves.
I know you don't have the exact figure at the minute, but for the sake of roleplay purposes, I will ask for a number on the account, like how much there is in it, because he's just going to show it to Rachel.
Oh, did you did split it between us and Matt and him? So he's got separate.
Yeah. So you guys got 3/4, he got 1/4. I mean, if you want, I can actually do it now. It'll be fairly quick. We'll just take a 5-minute break and I can do it now, yeah?
While you're doing that, I'm going to go to the bathroom.
Okay, if we're taking a 5-minute break, I'm going to feed the girls because they're ready.
Good idea. I'm already an hour into the game, so I'm happy.
At least I think this is the fact. I think left. It does not. That's it. Bathroom break.
Hey, baby. Oh, I'm in a rotund.
Oh, we're turning over and it feels weird.
I'm sorry.
Come on, whinging there. My sister.
1, 6, 7, 8, 14, 18,
No.
7, 8.
No, that one's yours.
Then we divide by 5.
Ramen dinner.
Or 200,000 after costing.
I'm kind of imagining Cal there with his little green-tipped visor and that one of those machines that you just.
Yeah,
Going full mask.
Yeah. 8% is like. Fortunately for you, funeral bouquet is undeductible.
I liked that scene. Of course I did, I'm a accounting nerd.
I'm starting to really like Jim Carrey's version of Dr. Robotnik. He's now sort of becoming a bit of a staple character for me now.
8.
I've heard he's really good. I still need to watch the new Sonic. I'm terrible.
We do.
Oh,
We need to watch the new Spider-Man.
Oh, Spider-Man.
7.
No spoilers. Yeah.
14, 19.
Sorry about triggering the earworm as well earlier.
Oh, it's fine. Honestly, I've been waking up with it in my head anyway, so.
Sorry, 13, 14.
Are you listening to it while I'm asleep or something?
No. 14.
You said that a little bit too quick.
Maths.
Oh,
19.
Oh, for goodness sake.
31, 36, 41.
Let's
47.
talk about Bruno gets a kick in the head.
We don't talk
Oh,
about.
come on, it wasn't as bad as toss a coin to your Witcher.
Oh, I've got to say, I'm going to
Is it going to be a good couple of 100 miles away?
6, 7, 9.
There's not a bad song in that film as well.
There's not.
I know this is kind of just Lin-Manuel Miranda's thing that he never seems to do a weak one, but there really isn't a bad one in that whole film.
I'll admit, I wasn't overly big on surface pressure because of the way it changed key every few verses.
I liked it. I think I liked it partly because of that, because it just kind of shows how much stress she's under.
Well,
She's eating Diamond's food again.
Yes.
she is, yes.
Bad.
And trying to bully Diamond out the way.
She does.
Saying Diamond's bigger than her.
Oh yeah, by quite a lot.
Is Diamond getting a little bit more social there?
A little bit. I mean, they've
In her way.
They spent the last 3 days fast asleep on the sofa all day, and I've been in the room with them. So I mean, she's happy enough to be in the room with people, and look,
Which
if
is
that's
better than where she was.
And actually, she'll let you scratch her head sometimes, Cal.
Yeah.
She's not keen on anyone else, but she just
No,
seems
she
to like
likes
you.
me. I don't really know why, but I'm happy with that.
She's
Yeah.
inhaling her food because her sister's after it.
I still find it weird that Pearl's the one last time for scritches, but Diamond's the one who's quite happy wearing a collar.
Yeah. I think I could probably get a collar on Pearl. It's just that,
But Pearl takes hers off, whereas Diamond doesn't.
yeah.
Maybe when she's a bit older, she might get a bit more.
I mean, I never had.
Persian used to be the same when she was quite young. She used to always tear off her collar.
I mean, to be honest, I never had a cat that wore a collar when I was growing up.
Like Flint and
Flint, Onyx, Rainbow, Marmee, Gandalf, Sherlock, none of them.
dear God, how many cats did you have?
Total, probably about 10 at this point, but not at the same time. We had Sherlock, Marmee, and Gandalf at one time. When Marmee died, Rainbow kind of came in because she was a stray my parents adopted.
Yeah.
Then when all they had finally passed, that's when we got Onyx and Flint. And then obviously when me and Jenny moved in together, we got Opal. And then obviously now Diamond and Pearl.
I brought this for you only because
11.
I think you've mistaken my beer from here. I got burn factors.
Oh no, it was a can. Yeah, a yellow can.
Blue cans in there, or
Ah, in which case I must have had it the other day. Never mind.
wasn't really, what do you call them? Mixers?
Ah, right.
800,000 divided by 5.
Uh,
I'm gonna cut up some
400, so
Yeah.
300,000
Alright.
divided by 5. That's 100,000 divided by 60. 60. Yeah, it'd be 160,000. Yeah.
oh,
That adds up.
good question.
Wow.
Did you? Oh no, you guys wouldn't have had to do it. Never mind. So you guys never had to go through the mortgage advice bureau, did you?
No.
I'm going to go get one of my scented candles, I think. Add to the atmos.
Good idea.
I think I've got a Christmassy scent.
Perfect.
I'm not chasing these stupid cats.
Jesus, that's a lot of platinum.
We're rich.
Well, you're already rich, now it's just absurd.
I think a new kind of like instead of platinum, we need to go one up from platinum in terms of coinage.
That's what gemstones are for.
Ah,
Yeah, the gemstones are set above the precious metals. And then you can get I think you can get divine gems and bits, which are kind of pinnacle, aren't they?
Yeah, but that's very homebrew, that is.
what about diamonds stamped as coins?
That'd be a waste of a diamond.
Yeah, true.
You know, the amount of craftsmanship that go into that, you're better off just having a diamond for actual currency, and then that's something you do with it, because that would increase the value of what you have exponentially. Any currency that uses diamond as currency is just, it's off the board.
Maybe Hephaestus does it for fun. He puts a bunch of carbon into stamp holes and just and then leaves it for a little while.
Could be, actually.
Because yeah,
Look on.
sorry, because it's literally like because you can.
Making diamonds because I can.
Fucking hell.
Vice just literally has bling of all sorts.
I mean, maybe at this point we could just buy Vestalt and solve the problem.
You can't buy the Sultan. You'd have to actually be able to make Richter agree to selling it.
Anything can be bought and sold for enough oil.
Not from God.
The kind of bad as you're calculating this, I'm just hearing surface pressure in my head now acting on you.
Okay. Who wants to know how much is in their accounts? Where's
Have we nuked the economy of the world?
No, I still run the economy. You can't nuke the economy when there's an absurdist accountant in charge.
Alright, let's start with Narlock then, the single player.
153,320 platinum.
Fuck. The millionaire.
Your kids can get into any university they want.
So in terms of gold pieces,
You're buying them a uni.
in terms of pure gold pieces, 150. Let's go 150,000 just for easiness. Times 5, so 15 times 5 would be 30, 60, 75, 700. Basically, you're 750,000 gold pieces. So you're just shy of being a millionaire.
Yeah. So you're shy of being a millionaire. You're not quite there. Yeah.
That said, the party. So Brightson, Leyspark, and Zed. 452,040 platinum.
We are millionaires! Joint.
We're joint millionaires.
That is just shy of 2.5 million gold.
Whoa.
I remember you can build a city for 250,000 gold. There's no infrastructure, and you've only got the bare bones, but you can build the bare bones of a city for 250,000 gold.
So 150,900 platinum is Narlock's total bank account.
So we're not there.
Well, Narlock and Rachel's.
And Narlock could build his own city with it.
Pardon, sorry?
Narlock and Rachel's. It is a joint account.
Yep. It is a joint account now, and
Yes.
whatever she's put into it as well.
At this point, as a non-adventurer, she has put in nearly 2,000 platinum.
That's not
Okay.
bad going.
152,900 platinum.
Basically.
Right.
All right.
Nice.
So that is the information you are informed.
Take the receipt and put it away. Just walking out the door, going. I'm gonna show that to her whenever he gets home.
I mean, that's quite a nice little nest egg you put away for her and you, isn't it?
I bet the bag of holdings feel lighter.
Our children are going wherever they want.
You two can afford a really nice wedding as well for that much.
Oh god, do we have to invite Tilly and everyone?
Zed suddenly gets a shiver running through his body as it on the word
I can
wedding.
check on a thing real quick.
Uh-oh.
Hold on, you guys aren't gonna fucking believe this.
What?
Hold on. You're gonna fucking love this. It's a meta thing. It's an out of RP thing that's fucking hilarious.
What?
So that much money is enough for only one member of the party. Sorry, 2 members of the party to level up.
What?
What?
Narlock and Celadine.
Wow.
Are these the two too high of a level?
Yeah, you guys are at the point where it takes millions of gold to level up.
Jeez.
So each got. So you said millions got. Are you splitting that between us? You said about 4 million gold, wasn't it?
So each of you would gain 750,000 experience points. Now this is just a ballpark. There is roleplay coming and there are other things coming. So I'm not doing a level up just yet because the chance of you guys getting into combat are slim to none unless you guys do something really fucking stupid.
750,000.
Yeah,
There's only enough at the moment for me and Narlock.
because you two are the closest to leveling up out of the party.
Okay.
I could be wrong, but that's just a broad stroke,
Okay.
quick look at the experience points.
No, it just says on the cleric table, each subsequent level up is 225,000.
So that would. All right. Okay. So that's where we're at. So that would still only be 2 level ups. Still weird. But we're at that point. But that's good to know that cleric's actually a bit less once they hit that point.
So,
Okay.
got the animals back from the stables?
You've got the animals back from Isman, who works at the blacksmith's yard.
Yeah, Zed's been there just getting them all ready.
Oh, trust me, another card, please, man.
Another card, yep.
Give me.
You want just a pile of them, actually, Lucas? You might-
Yeah, she's been behaving. Although she keeps trying to eat my boots.
Well, they are tough as all leather.
Oh, who's a good doggy then? Who's a good massive doggy? How do I stop him from doing that?
I don't think you can. Owlbears don't really go woof unless you train them really well, but even so.
Okay, 20, we're going to play the quiet game for a little while.
Even his quiet noise is loud. Because he's massive.
I'm just picturing it now. We go back to talk about because that's when the pet adventure happens, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just
The
remember-
heist.
Just remember, at one point, Hockey was chasing 20 down the street, and that becomes funnier if he's an owl.
Yeah, and then it ends with a great big explosion in the lexicon and in the Leyspark lexicon and basement, and your father with his arm around an owl bear going, "He's good stuff."
This good boy. This goodest buoy.
Okay, everyone ready?
Yeah.
Okay,
Hail the returning hero.
we're going home.
Alright.
Richter's at my house, but we're going home, and that's good. Yeah. Yay.
And the right tiddles. Is everyone else in the cart?
Yeah, everyone
Yeah.
will be on the cart, to be honest.
Yeah, makes sense. I don't fancy trying to ride an owl bear. The Hockey pulling and are you riding Tibbles there?
Yeah.
Who's riding shotgun?
Do you want to take the shotgun or shall I?
Oh, I'm not ready to be fast. You can ride shotgun. I might just sit in the back for a bit.
Okay, I'll sit up front with you then, Narlock. And
I'll be on rear guard.
that's a good idea actually, because I think the dogs have to walk alongside either side, so that way we've got all sides covered.
Pretty much. It's a hell of a maneuver at this point. You guys.
How's Measley doing as well?
Measley. He's unpleasant.
He also appears to be slightly drunk. But that's the point.
He's been drinking and he had a chip.
Yes, he did. I like this. These are things I like. Okay.
I'll make sure he's wearing his little cloak that White Band sent us.
Yes. So, you arrive around nightfall. That said, that's not really that impressive. It is winter. So around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, at the northern gates of Torgaval, which are open to the returning heroes. As you walk inside, nothing appears too different. Everything appears as you left it. The decorations for the winter festival have begun to be putting up. The Church of Damathian, the dwarven god of the dead, have been fully rendered. There are beautiful holly bushes decorated on every side. Ah, the music has gone quite sinister, have you realised?
Yes, I was worrying about that.
Good.
I'm just imagining Nightmare Before Christmas coming from the chair.
Into the Gnomish district and the Halfling district, massive trees adorn every street, decorated as is the custom of gnomes and halflings. The human district is likewise fully abustle with deep stalls selling many artisanal products. And from the human district, you see a pair of figures approaching. Having spotted you earlier, Lana and Andalgrim are making their way to you at quite a pace.
Yeah. Okay. I get down up to Tibbles.
Okay. I just pat her on the back. Time to look as intimidating as you can.
Hop down off the cart, run over, and give them both a massive hug.
They're both a bit surprised and then remember, oh yeah, hugs. And they all kind of curl in. So it's quite nice seeing the three siblings, as it were, hugging.
Is everything all right? Is he there? He's not done anything?
Just kind of, slow down. Andalgrim, why don't you help them stable them? What the fuck are those? I'm just looking at the animals you brought. It's like, I know that's Tibbles, but why have you got a giant pig? And the fuck is the owl bear?
Hey, she is not a pig. She is a boar.
You're a boar. That's a pig.
And that's 20.
What's 20?
All right, I never told anyone. Long story short, he was a dog. He still thinks he's a dog. He's a dog.
He's an owl bear.
It's a dog.
It's an owl bear who thinks he's a dog.
But from like under her hat, just crawls out the spider, just like, takes a look and just like, and then just disappears back into her coat.
See, you had a parrot that turned into a spider. I can have a dog that turned into a bigger dog.
I have a spider that ate my parrot.
Oh yeah, I forgot she had that.
You know what? No, you've got a pet owl bear.
I mean,
That's gonna take some explaining.
Lana, you've heard of Revive, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you roll the dice on that one and what you come back as. It's essentially the dog came back exactly the same, except Elbar instead of dog, but the
You know
behavior
what?
is exactly the same. He will chase his tail, even though we already got one.
You know what? I only drink on land, and I'm too sober for this. I am too sober for the fact that you have an owl bear. There is a giant fucking wolf wearing a diamond collar.
Hey, you've met Tibbles before.
I know, but he wasn't that big. He wasn't that big, Zed.
Oh,
You know what? I reach into the bag of holding and take out one of the 40 bottles of brandy and go, here, this was your father's. It's 40 years old. It's either going to be really good or really bad. Either way, drink that and you'll be shit-faced.
Rupert couldn't afford shit this good. He spent it too much on people. But thanks.
You know what? Wait, that's not the stuff that knocks you out, is it?
Nope. No, it's the cooking brandy.
There's the brandy.
He means Daddy, Fosco.
Oh, right. And I'm the
Oh, yeah. No, I
the
don't think.
fruit. He is!
Right.
Oh yeah, we've got questions for both of them, don't we? Now I remember.
Yes.
Okay,
Andor.
explanation. So, Rupert, Lana's grandfather, arrived about, what would you say, about 3 days ago? 3 days ago. Right, he arrived 3 days ago, introduced himself as Rupert's father, Richter Belmont,
Yeah.
and has just been wandering around the town like it's not anything.
What's the mayor been doing?
He's made the assessment that if he's not going to do anything, then we shouldn't either.
Oh, should have known.
Don't throw the first punch. Got it.
Does Gestalt know he's here?
I don't know.
That's good. Well, no, you probably know she did.
So, okay, but he's not at our house.
He is right now. He's come round for tea.
Who the fuck let him come round for tea?
Dad!
Which one?
Eldod!
That's a lie. Eldod doesn't like Papa doesn't like people and never invites anyone round.
He liked Rupert. And this is Rupert's dad.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Let's just see what he wants, because he's only here to see us. He won't make a, and I get the feeling he's not here to make a fuss like he wasn't here, like he did in the Dale.
It could just be family affairs and just catching up.
Maybe.
So, yeah.
I mean, he could be trying to call a ceasefire, at least over winter. That would be nice.
I don't know. All I know is he asked me to show him where Pa's grave was, and he's been visiting every other day.
Oh. I hadn't thought about that. Okay, yes, look, I really want to go home.
Let's get home. You guys can deal with other stuff later. Looks like we're getting into some winter shenanigans. I don't know. By the way, your boyfriend's been asking when you're coming home.
He hasn't detected her scent yet.
I don't know if dragons can... I'm not sure if blue dragons can actually smell that far.
How would I know? Do I look like a dragon zoologist?
It looked like I was talking just to you, Lana. That's a nasty little touch of narcissism you're getting there.
Well, that's a very nasty touch of... Fuck you!
Oh, all right, that's enough. Let's go.
The fuck happened to you, Zed? You look like you got hit with 7 shovels and called a cunt.
I got incinerated by a dragon, brought back as a human, turned into a Goliath, and now I'm turning back into an orc again. Happy?
She hands you the half-finished bottle of cooking brandy. I think you need this more than I do.
I've already done my share of drinking from this, and I really have just got over it. I just got over a drinking contest with a dwarf.
How are you alive?
He surprises us with that every single day.
We're very glad he's alive.
I've died once, so I don't want to do it again.
I'm not saying I'm not happy to see you, but fuck. You guys have had some weird adventures.
You could say that.
Hey, I'm a cleric now. It's a paladin, that's the one. I'm a paladin now.
Well,
Yeah.
fuck, God would accept you. You're a deplorable scumbag.
Thank you!
So
Apparently this one, I showed her the
Lana.
I showed
I'm not a paladin, and if I was, I'd be a paladin of Bane, and we know the route we have in there.
Would you
We,
suit the
meaning
bucket
the
helm?
double, cis.
Do you
Don't go
suit
on
the
to-
bucket helm?
I show her the tattoo of Helm. Apparently him.
Well, I guess when you're desperate.
Long story short,
We're probably saying this as we're walking down the street towards
Yeah, you guys are in the direction towards Halfling.
I was present when, I can't remember if we caught you up on that, but I was present when Rufus died, so I swore to protect Celadine because I found out that they were related.
I
So
recall
then
the
Helm-
conversation.
Huh?
I recall the conversation well.
Yeah. And yeah, so then that became a whole thing with Helm, and that just sort of developed over time. They got bigger.
Huh. That's weird. How are you, Roberto?
I'm still the same little asshole that everyone knows and loves.
Good. That's how we like you, you cunt.
I just literally do the same thing back. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, same feeling. Like even Lana's like, oh, you dick.
Yeah, he's gotten a lot stronger.
Yeah,
Good.
he beat up his dad.
That's more of a case of he trained the local militia. That wasn't any sort of like bad family affair. It was to prove that I'd finally grown stronger, and it was a part of a life lesson he needed to teach me.
You know, it's not killing a god, and it's not saving a god, and it's not necessarily anything to be proud of, but you should be proud.
Oh, I am.
Good.
Very
you should
proud.
be.
Oh, but we did kill a god.
You did. I helped.
You did. That's got to be a feather in your hat.
Andal Grim just
Oh,
like,
that was another one.
what?
You know about that, Andal. We told you about that.
No, just the general what.
Can you tell that we're making lots of jokes because I'm absolutely terrified?
Probably. Come on, let's get home. I'm tired. I've been
Yeah.
out hunting for 3 days.
Oh, is the larder full then?
The larder is stocked full. Dad had like a specific list of things that he wanted. He needed a turkey, a duck, and like 6 dozen quails. Have you ever hunted quails with a bow and arrow?
They're quite fast, aren't they?
I had to use a net and then just hit them with sticks.
I have a question. If you're gathering quail eggs, why did you go for the quails?
Because it needed to be fresh.
Oh. Oh. Ow. Oh.
Ooh.
Out of RP, really sorry, but Andalgrim as a ranger, does he also have the ability to use Hunter's Mark?
Not in first edition.
Okay.
Yeah, first edition Hunter's Mark doesn't exist. Yeah, Rangers got wizard spells and a few druid spells.
Okay.
But that was
Like, so I would say that your father is very, very weird, but I gathered that whenever I saw him outside butchering a cow that had been dropped from the sky.
In all fairness, we just spent a week in Harpton. We know exactly how halflings feast.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a very good point, actually, yeah.
I'm pretty sure I wouldn't, if we stayed another week, I wouldn't be fitting into my armor.
If I was to weigh sex and food... Oh god, no, it's an even balance. I can't choose.
You literally say that as you walk through the gates to Fosco and Eldod's home. Fosco still is actually in the wheelchair after the attack of Malar. He is not fully recovered yet. Eldod is as Eldod has always been, and behind them stands the 6-foot-tall, short and tightly blonde-haired, pulled back in a roguish knot, pale blue eyes of one Richter Belmont, holding, sipping from a cup of tea, and just looks at you and says, "You know, it's not entirely that you had to choose between both, but you should be dedicated to one or the other."
Ah, Richter Belmont.
Ah, the attack dog of Helm. Biting his heels still? Or shall we at least be civil?
Oh, you know me. I'm never civil.
Actually, I don't really know you. We've met once.
That's a fair point. Okay, I'm not very civil.
Fair enough, I am. Because manners are important, dear boy.
If we're going to have this discussion, should we have it out in the back garden where we will have some sense of privacy?
I'm very sorry, gentlemen. Your child and her, well, my granddaughter, your child, and her friends clearly think there is something to discuss. So, shall we join you for dinner in a moment? Elder looks up. Aye. Fosco will be putting food out in about 15 minutes. Don't be late, Sally.
We all look forward to it.
Nothing
And
to
his
see
gaze
you
just
two.
kind of turns. Why the fuck? Sorry. Why in the 9 hells do you have an owlbear with
He
a
can control
car?
his language.
Oh, right. Yeah, actually, there's one thing about that.
Good point.
Daddy.
Fosco just kind of wheels where it's like, aye?
Why on earth did you not tell us your house was trapped?
Richter puts his cup of tea down and looks at Fosco.
Oh,
Eldod looks at Fosco.
and then there's one more thing I need to say, and it's not to you, Daddy. Papa, he killed my dog! Pointing directly at Fosco.
Richter and Eldod kind of look at each other like, she's my granddaughter, but she is your daughter, so I don't really feel like I have a leg to stand on. I'll go into the back. You can deal with stuff.
Drinks.
Thank you.
Drinks while we wait. Drinks. Anyone? Drinks.
Eldod looks at Roberto. Now is not the time.
Fireball wire traps, pneumatic press, spike pit, spears out of wall.
You see Eldod just grinning wider and wider as Fosco looks smaller and smaller in the wheelchair.
Enchanted bedroom furniture.
3 really nasty women.
By the way, please tell me how you made the crushers. I really want a crusher. And
So I can tell you who I got the schematics and to put them in. I can do that. because I didn't build them, but I didn't know about 3 women in a room. There was no one in my house when I left it, and I kind of didn't think the traps would still be active. How effective were they?
Well, they killed my dog.
Who said you could have a dog? Eldon turns around. Don't you dare! You fucking killed her dog! You son of a whore!
He rips open, Narlock rips open his shirt to the burn scars and just goes, "Oh, how effective were they? Ow!"
My God, Fosco's just turned pale, and Eldon is just full of glee. Oh my God, you know what this means, don't you?
Your oil paint's turned into a sentient slime.
Oh, I'm the really good parent. This is Eldon just gloating. I never said she couldn't have no dog. You're the one who said she couldn't have no dog. There is no way in hell you can take her winter festival present back, you twat. Ah, you're the one on the couch tonight. Bosco is just pale.
Why is not lording it too heavily over Daddy Papa?
Sure.
What Eldod did in Mechtown.
Oh.
Stole books from the restricted section, lied to be made head of the illusions, and when court said you all fell for an illusion, I didn't need to cast a spell. Got one R. Belmont to steal the 6th, 18th, 23rd, and 98th pages from the spell books of all the heads of the Magic College.
Anyone looking sees Richter lean across the side with his cup of chamomile tea. What did my son do?
Eldod also stole a whole bunch of spells numbering about 20. Pissed on the Arch-Chancellor's familiar for stalking him.
Well, it was.
Set fire to 5 students' dissertations and then laughed about it.
Of course I laughed. They'd have failed anyway. This is where they got an extension.
With Ifandes, he convinced some students to pick a bar fight and 2 of them died while shaving a dwarf's beard off.
I don't remember that. I think that were Clive.
And also you did pay some debts on some bets. Oh wait, sorry, it's 2-paged.
Great!
Levitated in a no-fly zone and then argued about it for 2 days.
Levitation isn't flying, you all know that.
Borrowed books and didn't return them.
Yeah, they're in the library.
Borrowed
You
books-
learned from them!
Oh no. I'm an accessory.
Technically you're a side saddle. Less of an accessory, more of a buckle.
Never attended or gave a single lecture or went to any board meetings.
Fuck him.
Claimed that he was there, it was just that he was illusionary.
I was there.
And when they checked on it and found out that he was lying and not well, he replied with, "Oh, fuck off."
Yeah, they didn't check the back seats. I was next to the students.
Eldon,
Yes.
please teach me your mastery.
Well, that's going to take a long time and some acceptance that you're not good enough.
And a lot of money.
Nah. Fuck money. I know you lot are loaded. I don't give 2 shits.
Says the man who literally told me to give him a silver coin for some paper.
That's right. Slaps you in the face. Ah!
Back to the main point, though. Fosco killed my dog.
You're on the fucking couch. Bosco has already started wheeling back into the house.
And I still want to know about those bloody Vestation assassins.
Oh yeah, and the assassins.
He stops and goes like, that wasn't me. And that's my only statement on that. Why was there assassins after you, you twat? And just Eldon runs in and Andalgrim is just like,
I'm going to hand Andalgrim Eldod's list of crimes. It's good for a laugh.
I'm going to get this framed. Lorna's just like, I mean, I'm happy to go with you if you want to talk to Grandad. Should I go inside? Where do you want me?
Then hands her the bottle of brandy back.
Lana, where would you like to be?
I'd like to be in my room drinking my ass off. See ya.
See you at dinner.
See you in 20 minutes.
Okay.
So, heading around the back, in the direction that Richter has gone, you find the sort of paddock back garden where Dandelion has been kept, as well as
Mitzi, my pony.
Mitzi and also Mac. And there is a fourth horse next to them, bigger than the rest, sort of chestnut colours with little white patches. And you find Richter stroking the mane of this. Yeah, actually, there are 2 female horses in this garden because it's his horse and your horse. And then there's Mac, which is male, and Dandelion is also male. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, that would have been a weird one. For a second there, I thought Richter had the only female horse.
No, Mitzi's a mare.
Hello again.
Can't deny the horse is beautiful.
Can't deny the horse is beautiful.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I would just get a note really quick.
I think at this point,
I didn't expect this bit, so it just kind of happened. So
in this sort of bit, I just sort of give Dandelion a bit of a greeting and just give him a little bit of a pat down and a bit of fuss.
Yeah.
See how think nothing of it.
Thank you. Her name is Granamund.
She's lovely.
Oh, thank you. I think she's much the same as your, your own steed. Points at Marlock.
Oh, I don't have a steed. I have. Little pig comes running through.
Massive. Impressive.
She can be. She can also be. Make her.
So, I didn't really expect you to want to have much of a conversation, but I thought I'd pay a visit to somewhere an old friend used to live, and what would you like to talk about? I am at your humble service as the champion of Bane.
You're not here to do reconnaissance or anything like... Are you here for war work?
I'm here to mourn my son and hopefully celebrate my last winter festival on this planet.
So, you're not here to hurt anybody?
Why would I be here to hurt anyone? If I were here to hurt anyone, I'd have brought an army, or I'd have come in full armor, carrying my sword as its preference. My sword is sheathed, and he does like flick his hand, and the great sword appears in his hand. The sword is sheathed. I have no interest in fighting. And as he brings his hands back, it disappears in the sound of a small thunderclap. My only intention here is to enjoy your lovely town that you have clearly decided is worth all the strife and trouble that you have gone towards, and I couldn't agree with that more. It is a beautiful place, has beautiful temples. I must say, what you have done, Father Zed, yes?
Sorry, you might not have heard that through the through the microphone. There's a bit of a grunt.
Okay, thank you. Just one. As I said, we've only really met them once, and I only really got my granddaughter's name. So if I do mispronounce anything, please correct me. I'm always happy to be corrected. And what you've done with the temple of my old companion is spectacular. Truly, truly a honor befitting a risen deific status. Lovely shots.
I'm sure he'll be happy to hear that.
I hope to tell him.
Sorry, I don't know. I think Mr. Belmont's probably the most appropriate I can get to at the moment.
Whatever you feel comfortable. It's not like you grew up in Vestalt. I was not your grandfather for most of your life. It's only been a recent revelation that either of us knew that each other existed in a capacity that would make it even remotely of interest to either of us.
So, you are just here to see Rupert's grave?
Aye.
And to celebrate the festival. There's there's no danger here. I'm
I
sorry, I
am
know.
an open book. Any of you are welcome to make an insight check on him if you really want to. I didn't offer this last time you were with him, which is why you all thought he was being sarcastic. It is just his accent.
22.
Happy to.
I rolled a 19 at plus 3 the inside.
22 on him, so
Four.
like 15 on me.
Rerolling that one. 'Cause that's a 1. There we go.
19.
Oh, same as me.
Even with all you rolling very high, he's hiding nothing. He's genuinely just here to see the town, enjoy the winter festival as it approaches. Who rolled the highest?
I think Narlock, he got a 22.
22. Narlock, you definitely feel like there's a couple of things he's not telling you, but you don't get the feeling they're anything dangerous. That's a personal matter.
Just sort of stare him down closely, about 2 feet away from him, and then just go, well, that's good enough for me. My wife runs a shop over there. It's not far from here. If you've not been around, you can get some good meats over there. You need a place to stay, and Shepard can arrange something.
It's quite alright. I've already made arrangements for my stay. I'm staying at a little place by the name of the Necrobane Blackspire.
The edgiest bar in town.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and Clive would never turn away a paying customer.
You know, it's quite funny. One of my companions back when I used to travel with Fenris would have really enjoyed that place. Cain Blackheart the First, I think he's now called. I mean, he's nowhere near as bad as any of his descendants by the look of it. Oh my god, it's almost humiliating to think I used to travel with him, to think that this is what he begat.
Other character, isn't Cain the current head of the Blackheart family?
The name Cain became a title.
Ah.
So the current Cain Blackheart is Cain Blackheart the 16th. Whereas Cain Blackheart the First is the member of the Guardians of Celebor.
He's the one who left the axe on the table.
Yes, that is correct.
I mean, if you wanted to speak to people who are probably living up more to his legacy, there are others, from what I can tell.
I think it might be nice to meet some of these. It's always nice to recollect and see how my old friends' legacies are doing.
There's a drow by the name of Traveller.
Oh, a drow. It's on the nose, isn't it? A drow ranger.
Apparently, your Cain trained him.
I feel like you might have mentioned a young drow boy. Interesting.
Have we not traveled that?
We have, yeah. He helped us through the Underdark.
Yeah, and you got wasted with him with Hephaestus.
Oh yeah, we got wasted. Yeah, he was in Hephaestus's. Yeah, okay. Now I remember that. Yeah.
Mr. Belmont, look, I know this is all belaboring a point that you probably don't even want to talk about, the war and everything that is going to happen.
Of course.
Stupid cat.
Oh, we
approaching
were.
a candle. Stupid cat approaching a candle.
War is a thing that is coming, and, as is my god, I must acquiesce to the demands of war.
It's just that, is there really no other way? If I could show you something that could be another way.
Anything you show me, as pleasant as it may be, and as much as I may enjoy looking at it, you have to understand, my dear girl. I am unfortunately allied at this moment to a certain witch of a metallic persuasion. And he does kind of bore his eyes into Roberto at this point. I understand you fell for her wiles, shall we say.
Well, didn't realise it was her at the time, so.
No, she's very good at that. Deception, deceit, package and parcels of witches, if you ask me.
If by that you mean it was springtime in the bedroom and the birds were chirping, then yeah.
I've been around a very long time, boy. Thieves' Cant is not anything that is hidden to me anymore. So, watch your tongue.
It's so there really
Yes.
isn't anything.
Let me put it to you this way. Have you all been able to work out what I've been doing? And I will speak frankly. I swear I am not being sarcastic. Please listen to my words. The common language is very important.
I think I know what you've been doing.
Please. And I will elucidate any
You want to find.
mistakes.
You want to find an hour who will take over from your spot.
I am not currently the ruler of Vestalt. I have never been the ruler of Vestalt.
I don't think it's an heir to this spot that you're looking.
Can you say that again? Sorry.
I don't think it's an heir to the salt that you're looking.
It's an heir to the throne of Vestalt. A creation that I made as someone who so desperately wanted to be a knight, and a noble knight, who, while I may worship a god who is not commonly considered to be of a noble and honourable persuasion, I am fully beholden to.
Honestly,
And
after
it's
some
not-
of your knights that we met in Brela, some of them anyway, I think that's more a matter of perspective.
As
Really?
is the Church of Bane.
Yeah, as in, like, I mean, come on, 10 was nice.
You was.
Oh.
But what about the rest of them that we saw in our last seconds of Braver?
Yes, but that's what I'm saying. It's not all of them. They all think, Bane is just, evil, march, let's kill everything that we can.
Crucifixion, burn down the country, literally slay any who
Yes.
followed him.
Yes, and as I said, I don't think it's all of them. And again, that's all a matter of perspective.
I don't attempt to gloss over what I have done. I have done some truly horrific and evil acts in the desire to commit good.
You're-
Sometimes, for a good man to succeed, they must do evil acts.
You're making yourself the monster because you need a hero.
Exactly. It requires a hero of true valor, courage, and nobility to sit the throne of Vestalt. I've tried multiple times, I've been killed multiple times, but each time been killed, I've come back, because those that would sit the throne of Vestalt are not worthy. They do not do what the country needs, they simply do what they want.
And that's why you've allied with the Lead Witch and all of
To an
her
extent.
side. Because she's bigger and meaner and far more evil than you could bring yourself to be. And all you have to do is do just enough to make her think that you're doing what she wants. And either way, wars create heroes.
And quite frankly, no, I don't mean to butter the sandwich. I think that's the parlay of you youth. But I think through my actions and inactions, I have helped form 4 heroes. You 4. Heroes of Denethor, I hear. Heroes of Brela. Saviors of the Crusade and the Deus Vult.
Samson Belmont's absolutely insane.
Oh, she completely is, but she's an absolutely perfect tool.
I'd just watch her if I were you.
Deny that she's a giant tool.
Oh, she is a massive tool, Father said. I know exactly what my daughter-in-law is. Dahlia, by the way. Her name is Dahlia Sampson. But she chose to keep the name Sampson and turn that into her first name, so Samson Belmont. The fact that her and Rupert were married with neither of them actually in the same room is besides the point. None of my grandchildren are bastards. I hold to that.
All right, Lana. They married because of Lana.
Lana was already born, but they were married later.
And that counts.
As far as I'm concerned, as long as an engagement was proposed. By the way, I have Your mother and one of Fandes.
So they've just gone completely pale.
Oh. Oh, actually, I should roll insight. Yeah, of course that fucking pass. Of course that pass. I mean, actually, did you want to roll a deception, or...
What do you mean deception?
Like, do you want to keep your emotions hidden from him?
Not particularly. He's not trying to deceive, sir.
There we are. Ah, I've touched a sensitive nerve.
You're not going to hurt her either, are you?
I have no intention of hurting anyone while I'm here.
Okay.
You have my word. Tell you what, you all seem very concerned about me trying to harm anyone while I'm here.
In fairness, we are at war with you.
Fair. I can't deny that one. That is true.
I'm more surprised you've been able to walk the streets of this place, considering more than 3/4 of the people here have pledged to fight you and know who you are.
They know who the man in armor is. They know who wears the bucket helm of Bane. They know the tabard of the dead tyrant. I'm just a middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes.
And as you said
Lexington?
before,
Sorry, Roboto?
I was just going to say, as you said before, your weapon's not drawn, neither are mine. So we stand on neutral grounds at this point.
Isn't that the appropriate feeling for a winter festival?
That is exactly the point I made too. That you've no intention of harming us, we've no intention of harming you.
All I ask while I'm here is that you let me visit my son's grave. I would have liked it if he could have been added to the family crypt, but there are many of my children that cannot be.
Makes it any better. There's no body in that grave either.
No, but it is a final resting place for us all, and that's just as good. I've had many children lost to war, many grandchildren, great-grandchildren, many family lost to war, sadly, and not even entirely of wars I've constructed.
If it is some relief on your grievance, there were many, many people turned up to his funeral.
Sorry, say that again.
If it is any relief to your grievance, there were many, many people turned up to his funeral.
That's nice to know. It's nice to know that he had many friends. He was always very good at making friends. Not very good at a lot of things, but very good at making friends.
Out of character, who, if we do end up bringing him back, whose side is he on?
Ask him.
Hopefully by the time, out of character, hopefully by the time we bring him back, it won't be a case of having to pick sides anymore.
Depends when you guys want to use the wish.
If you do, it's likely if he sides with Belmont, you'll have to kill him again.
God, that'd be a dick move. That'd be a dick move from my part, and that's like the worst dick move.
I'm sorry, but it's completely plausible because he is a worshipper of Bane, and therefore he would follow Bane's will.
That's just it. So's Lana, though. Lana is a worshipper of Bane.
Doesn't mean they have to follow what Richter says.
Yeah.
Father, son, maybe a little bit more of a connection. No, he knows his father more than possibly he does self.
Depends.
Ow.
Oh god,
I'm sorry, but that's the truth.
there's something I want to say, but it's going to be monologuing, and I'm not.
No,
monologue.
monologue. We're in fun roleplay territory. You're welcome to monologue at these times.
Because I just made a few notes.
I like it. I like it when you make notes.
But it's kind of Roberto's standing point and everything. But
Be in character.
Okay.
Don't do all this. Sorry, blah 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 blah. Be in character. Be in the room.
yeah,
Come on.
this is when we're out of the room, but this is now in the room.
Yeah.
I just said, Mr. Belmont, just the comment you made about making heroes, which I show an utmost respect towards with this view and what's happened. Not quite sure how the rest of the party feel, but me personally, I'm no hero. I never chose to be a hero. The way how I'm seeing things with my life at the moment is, and I know it's going to sound pretentious, being a bard, etc., etc., Well, I've been just swept up on different rivers of life, and I've either had to cling onto a raft, and then someone like Celadine came along and they shared the same raft with me. And how these journeys go, you'll either then jump off onto a new mooring, and then you get onto another, probably a boat. Other people join the same boat with you, and then...
Talking to you reminds me a lot of talking to my granddaughter. Not Lana, not you. I'll say this. What's the difference between a hero and an idiot with no self-preservation instincts?
Ability with a sword.
Not all heroes wield swords. Some heroes wield 2 swords, some heroes wield a knife, some heroes wield a great sword, and other heroes wield a book. And an owl bear, apparently.
He thinks he's a dog.
I feel like I saw you with a dog. Puppy, little thing.
Yes.
Blame the farmer in the wheelchair.
Ah.
His house had some traps in it, and
Well, I won't ruin all of your winter festival then. I will be coming to breakfast though, and I do have some gifts. I understand that's the custom here in the south.
yes,
I shouldn't really say here in the south. Sorry, it was so long ago. I was born in Dale. This is actually my country.
and then you ended up in Vestal.
Well, Vestilt used to be just a village. Me and my brother went there with our old group before the Guardians of Celebor, as they call themselves, or are they as they're called. I suppose the correct name would be the Guardians of the Pure Maiden.
Sebastian, I read about it.
Sorry, I just realised I've not poured cola in there.
Hey!
Oh, I thought it just shocked him, sorry.
You did actually, but oh my god, I forgot to put cola in my rum. Sorry. I know I drink rum neat regularly, but that surprised me.
If you're not expecting it, then...
Yeah.
Yes, I suppose.
Yes, Sebastian Belmont, my elder brother. Suppose your uncle.
I suppose so.
Oh, I just realised something. None of my children ever had any uncles besides Sebastian, which means that all my grandchildren have only one great uncle. I think he'd like that.
Sorry, I'm going to play the card in the hand.
Just go to it real quick.
Oh, okay.
That's all right.
Roboto, quick question for Roboto off on the side. As the house still has the room set up for you, are you going to be staying there?
Well, to be fair with you, Narlock, I might just lodge in several places if I'm going to be quite frank with you. So maybe some taverns, might go to the Necrobane. Just want to spend a bit of time and just have a bit of a think, just live for a while, as dramatic as it sounds. You know me, my nature. But we've got the Winter Festival to enjoy, so I'm going to do it. So.
In which case, then, I'll just let you know that this is going to be his last winter solstice. If he certainly does not mean any harm, then I don't think it's a bad idea to invite him to dinner.
To invite him round.
Yeah.
Maybe
Why
not.
not?
I know he doesn't mean harm, but at the same time, there's the straw is very close to breaking the camel's back half the time when he's around.
Yes, but keep your friends close and your enemies closer. So, just after a little discussion off to the side, Narlock looks to Richter, Cal, and says, as you intend this to be the last one you spend here, it would be impolite not to ask if you would like to come to dinner sometime this week.
I've already been invited to the Winter Festival breakfast, where I understand there's going to be a present exchange.
That's
If you are here for any other day, my fiance and I could certainly have you for dinner one night.
A paladin of Helm sitting to dinner with a paladin of Bane. I think I might take you up on that offer. There are a few events I need to make sure I'm available for, but if I have the time free, I would enjoy a late supper, if that's all right.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Just don't use the big door.
You're going to have to explain that to me.
There is a giant double door on my property specifically to allow Mayor of Lexington to enter without having to break the door down. And it has been triggered to announce his name.
I'll knock.
Yeah.
I'll knock.
Mr. Belmont, I know you've already said there's no...
I think at this point this conversation has been going on long enough. You are welcome to call me Richter. Mr. Belmont's starting to become somewhat irksome. I do actually have the title of Sir Belmont.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know.
It's quite all right. Again, it's being old and fuddy. I'm sure you're used to it already.
I'm actually not. I've not got any grandparents.
Wow.
Oh no, Nana, but she's always just been Nana, so I've never had any grandfathers, so...
Oh. Well, if you ever think of me as one, I'd be much appreciative. But you don't have to. I understand that you don't really consider Rupert a father. He wasn't much of a father. He was literally non-existent. And we'll have words with that boy one day.
I thought your grandmother was with the elves.
Oh, no, this is Nana Leyspark, Papa's mother. No, she's... I don't know.
I thought the Archdruidess was the...
That would be Celadin's great-grandmother, but again, that's a new occurrence. She didn't grow up.
Celadin's working on the basis of who was actually around for her as a child. So.
Yeah. Your actual family is Eldon and Fosco. This is just some kind of extended family that you didn't know existed.
You've already said there isn't anything that we could do or say that will change what is going to happen.
If we attempted to change things at this point, it would only make things worse. And quite frankly, I'm very tired. I really hope you four are the ones to finish me off. I really do.
No, look. Do you remember that thing we found in the vault? The picture.
Yes.
Do you
Oh,
think?
yes. Yes.
Yeah?
Richter, I believe this was meant for you to see.
To help Narlock get it out of the bag of holding and unroll it.
It's the tapestry that shows the painting of the Stall lush and green with the familiar faces in the castle.
That's for stealth, isn't it?
That's what it says at the bottom.
This was given to me by the Templars of Hell.
Ah, the old vault.
At the Days Vault.
Amusing. If this is the future that you are all promising to me for the country I loathe entirely, but feel like it deserves something better, then I look forward to our coming encounter in a way that I haven't in a very long time. Thank you. Thank you for showing me hope.
Now, how about enough of war and we all go get something to eat?
Eldar!
Please.
Okay, you all head inside with Richter holding the door open for all four of you, and then looking at the animals, and then having a look with his horse, who just kind of bows low to him. And you kind of get the same feeling off the Mayor Granamond as you do from Tibbles. That kind of very stoic, absolutely in charge feeling.
20 behave, don't dig up anything. I don't know how I get him to stop doing
And then he
that.
just kind of hunkers down.
Hang on, just before we go in. Hockey, don't eat the horses.
Hockey's just kind of glaring at Granimund, who, by the way, is actually bigger than Hockey.
Whoa.
Have you guys have played The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, yeah?
Yes.
Granimund is the size of
The giant
the
horse.
giant black horse.
Nice.
But imagine more of a chestnut colour.
The
Yeah.
one that they won't say it's Ganondorf's horse, but it's Ganondorf's
It's fucking
horse.
Snowflake.
It's Snowflake, it's Ganondorf's horse.
Yeah.
They call it Snowflake.
That's in the actual notes.
Yeah, the actual notes of Ganondorf's giant black charger.
In Ocarina of Time, the character model is labelled as Snowflake. And so obviously it's developer joke, but I like to think that actually, since Ganondorf's from a desert, he would name it after something that he's never seen before, which is weird and exotic, like a snowflake.
I still love that comic with Ganondorf where, what do you call it? It was manly guys doing manly things. Comic with him where he goes,
I know the
he's
one.
braiding up the girl's hair in the place, and the guy comes in and goes, I didn't know you knew how to do hair, Ganondorf. I wouldn't expect that of you. And he just goes, well, sure, look at my own. And he unbraids it to like really, really long. He's like, where the hell did you learn that? And he's like, I had so many sisters.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you've got like 400 sisters.
As someone with 4 sisters as well, yeah, you learn.
Let's eat and make Fosco feel bad about killing my dog.
So, the evening meal that is a little frosty but quickly thaws, involving Richter Belmont, Quelana Belmont, and all the people you've come to know. It's a lovely meal and just quite relaxing.
Hey, with 4 different religions, who says grace?
It's a good point.
I'm kidding, I'm kidding.
If you would like to say grace, you're welcome to.
Oh, it's changing the music.
Nah, just it's going weird. It started activating Bigsby. There we go.
Ah,
Just my base D&D. Actually, I'm probably going into this one a little bit more.
How is that?
I think if Roberta's saying grace, I'd be like, please don't give me a suggestion. Please don't give me a suggestion.
oh,
So
damn,
just enjoy the food.
What's up?
Yeah. So we just discussed the Winter Festival, and does Eldon reveal his? Was it to Quaylen?
Not yet. It's way too early for that. We will now be going into downtime until we hit certain key events. So, you guys have arrived way earlier than expected.
Yep.
There are 25 days until the Winter Festival starts. And presents are usually exchanged on the first day of the Winter Festival. If you guys tell me things that you would like to do or achieve between now and the 20th of the 12th month, then please let me know. Otherwise, there are key events that will happen to each of your characters.
Zed's gonna go and have his ears shooten off by I guess Stolt.
Narlock is going to go to Rachel and show her how much money they have.
Okay. Anyone else? Give me your events and then I will do each scene.
Having dinner tonight, obviously. Next day, I'm going to spend with at home with Eldod, showing him how Leyspark's blurred lines works and seeing if he'll help me with my other spell I want to work on.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to go.
Lovely.
Did you just say dumbbell?
No, I didn't.
Go to the Necrobane Black Spire, have a bath, have some drinks, and catch up with Clive and just see what's happening on the scene.
Okay.
Zed is going to show Gestalt the new texts he's been working on and see if she can help him with the bits. And he's also going to deliver all of the relics.
Okay. Can everyone who has got relics of Fenris Sulfur please tell them to Zed? And Zed can apply them into the temple.
I only have one. The pole. Okay,
Yeah.
here you go.
Yeah, the literal 10-foot pole.
It's literally just a 10-foot pole that has a couple of scratch marks.
Yeah.
Okay, so I pull out Fenris's lantern from my bag of holding, a patchwork bedroll, a seagull with a note.
The note being, fuck this thing. Fuck that seagull.
Yeah, I've got his scroll case.
And there was a green hat that Fenris had.
Yeah, it was a ranger.
Don't think he had anything else.
Did everything else?
Did I put something into the scroll case?
Did you put something in the scroll case?
I think I put something in. Did I put some gems or something in? Something to hold. I think I put something in there to hold it. I forget what it was.
Sorry, you should have made note of it.
I'm sorry, I've got nothing for.
No, I don't have anything on.
No, I know I definitely have the.
I feel like you did put something in the scroll case, I just don't remember what.
Oh, it might have been. Was it a letter from, or some kind of note from the priest of that temple? So we met him after we left the dungeon, didn't we? When I found his old when I was shown his old wagon.
You found the wagon before you went into the underdungeon.
We did.
Oh
yeah.
right, yeah, sorry, scratch that. Oh, in which case I probably didn't put anything into it then.
Speaking of, when you actually arrive at the Temple of Fenris Sulfur here in Torgaval, you do find that the kennels, which were originally used to raising wolves, have been in full stead. As well as that, Fenris's wagon has been brought.
How did that get here?
Nice.
People made an attempt. People tried.
Oh god, did they actually do what I thought they did? They rode it down the hill and jumped it onto the ship as it was leaving.
No, if you ask around, you find out that a few people basically took it apart effectively, and one boat carried the wheels, one boat carried the spokes, one boat carried the main body. But Fenris's wagon has arrived safe and sound at the Temple of Fenris Sulfur.
Nice. Okay, so with him and all of these relics, I'm guessing this is now the main temple, so I'm guessing the one in Brayla has now been completely destroyed.
Well, that wasn't a temple to Fenris Sulfur, that was a temple to the Lunar Pantheon. This is a dedicated temple to Fenris Sulfur. Okay.
Alright. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, so with everything... Oh, sorry, go on.
That's all right. From Gestalt, you do get chewed out a bit for taking too long and looking different and what the fuck happened. And after you explain kind of what happened with the son of Grover, she's just like, oh, well, come here. And her and her wolf both give you hugs.
Oh.
You get massive wolf hugs.
No.
Okay, that's a surprise. She doesn't hug. She's not a hugger.
No, but if you'd like to roll insight, I can give you more details. Otherwise, you're just having a hug. You're having a hug from a middle-aged woman with a giant wolf while in a wheelchair because she only has one leg.
That's it. Yeah, but it's not stopped.
It does not stop her.
17.
17. She actually does feel bad that you died. And you get the kind of motherly feeling that you never got from your own mother.
Oh.
Very much the, oh God, I was so close to losing you sort of feeling.
Yeah, he's just like...
It's awkward, it's uncomfortable, but it is maternal.
I'm sorry, yeah, sorry, the music is coming from you, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope so.
Yeah.
You all hear that, right?
Mhm.
It's music coming.
Okay.
Yeah, no, he's like, yeah.
In regard of your spell, because she is more versed in the history of Fenris Ulfa and, of course, the history of Fenris himself as a person before he ascended, I will allow you to add 0.5 to any time that you would use for spellcraft. With Eldod,
I was going to say, could I edit what I want to do very slightly?
sure.
Basically, I want to spend most of the day working on spell, but then in the afternoon to evening.
You have 25 days.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. Just afternoon to evening tomorrow. The next day, I did want to go and find and let White Band know I'm home.
Don't worry.
So yeah, okay.
Basically, if you tell me what you do with the majority of your time, there are certain, I don't want using the phrase scripted events, but you guys are in playful territory.
Reading spellcrafting.
Very good.
And join the book club.
So 0.5, you may also get 0.5 to any time needed for spellcraft.
Okay.
What do you mean by 0.5?
So if you would use 1 hour, you actually get 1.5 hours.
Okay, I need to work out how many days that would be, because I might be able to knock this spell out at that then.
I've done 63 out of 280, but I need to spend money on materials. For that.
Yeah, you would still need to spend money on the spell. Now, that said, from here, we're basically in downtime until the assault on Vestalt. So, you guys basically have 4 months of downtime. So don't worry too much when it comes down to the spells. I will work with you to get them finished, as many as we can.
Yeah, right, then this would only take me about 6 days.
How many hours do you need to finish?
160 hours to do
160
it. I've not even
hours.
started it yet, so
160 hours would take you 10 days
I could knock that out of the
to
park
get that
easy.
done, because it'd be, no, hold on, 160 hours. 40, 80. So it'd be 40 days to get that done. But with Eldod's help, it would take 30.
Oh, so I still wouldn't have it done in a 25-day then.
No, but you have it done before the assault on Vestalt.
That's fine, then I'll knock off for the 25 days and
Knock off.
with a reasonable assumption as I did other stuff in there.
Yeah, and we will get to those roleplay moments when we get to them. So knock off the hours, knock off the money, and give me your Arcana check. What's the level of the spell?
4.
4.
Assuming a maximum 8 hours of work a day.
What was it?
It was a 2.
2. That's not a crit fail. Apply another 40 hours and 1,000 gold pieces. Roll again.
I'm not using that one, I'm using this one. That's a 17, that'll do it.
Your spell is completed about a month before the final assault.
Thank you.
So, Zed.
To complete his spell, he needs 217 hours. Assuming 8 hours of work a day, I'm assuming you said was the max.
Yes. So with Gestalt's help, that'd be 12 hours a day.
So I assume that would probably take about 24 days, maybe longer.
Yeah. So give me. Okay, you need to give me your religion roll.
Okay.
What level is the spell?
7. It's the highest level spell, wasn't it? We went for the biggie.
Okay. What's your religion skill?
Wisdom.
Sorry. No. Yeah. What's your wisdom modifier?
Wisdom is 18, so plus 3 is that?
Plus 3. You need to get 14 or higher. Any failure will adjust sideways.
I'll do it.
14, dead on.
Bang on. You finish your first spell. We will get to that roleplay scene at an appropriate time.
Yeah. So later on. So how much will that cost me in terms of gold?
How many hours do you have left to finish?
217, and basically I used up 1,000.
Right. If you finish the spell, you use the rest of the gold.
Okay. All right. No, that's the case. Rest of the time, the the time that I'm not working on the spell, helping out with the Fenris Altar side of preparations for the festival, and going out hunting with that someone.
Okay.
That's someone.
Okay. That's going to be fun when we get to that.
Mm.
Narlock. Let's
So-
go with the 25 days up until the Winter Festival. What are you doing with those 25 days? Oh, by the way, when you show Rachel the money in the account, you get ridden until you're unconscious. I will say that with no spare words. And when you do regain consciousness 2 days later, she's a barmaid carrying half-orc twins. This is a woman who would basically be able to ruin anyone. She has spent a good portion of the money re-renovating the house.
She's put in a nursery, hasn't she?
She has.
Oh, there goes Rebate's room.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Oh well.
He's
He's got
Barto's
money to
got-
buy 10. He's got enough money to buy 10,000 houses.
I was gonna say I could buy a house, or I could just go as a free spirit
This is
adventure.
actually true. If you would like to,
Oh.
you could buy or build a house. You could build a fucking castle.
Oh,
I
he's
could go anywhere, back to Tulok if I want to see everyone. We'll see
Yeah, you've got 25 days.
Narlock is not only going to help with all these redecorations and child-proofing some things in the house and organizing things for the kids, he is also going to use some of this time to try and contact Eric Ketzler and see what can be done about the impending approach of certain people.
Oh, I was so hoping you were going to say that. We'll get to
Oh,
that.
he hasn't forgotten about it. It's just that, you know.
Good. I'm just glad you remembered. We
No,
will
no,
get to that in a moment.
there is a lot to be done with that, and he needs to do it. He needs to get it started somewhere.
Yep. Roberto, what are your intended goals for the 25 days before the Winter Festival?
It's really just to go about the place, so it could be
Your tattoo.
get the tattoo done.
There we go.
Thank you.
Oh, and did we have, I keep meaning to mention this every time. Does one of us have a weapon that specifically belonged to the first Cain Blackheart?
Yes, doesn't he?
I can't remember. I don't want, we had
I
something with his sword.
I thought Roberto was given some.
Oh, yeah, the axe?
The dagger.
Oh crap, we haven't sold his dagger, have we?
No, the axe, wasn't it?
No, it was a dagger, wasn't
There's
it?
a dagger.
Yeah, the axe.
The dagger in the mansion. The dagger in the mansion that had the symbol on it.
Tell me, is that any chance this one that I didn't sell? Let's say, where is it? +1 dagger that is +4 against reptiles as well.
No.
It was. We didn't shatter it.
I don't think we sold it
So I know exactly what happened to that dagger.
because
Narlock has it.
Narlock's
I
got
knew that. I knew you had it. It was the one that was initially intended for Roberto, but you took it.
Roberto gave it to Narlock because he was happy with his hidden dagger at the time, which you still have, which is a fantastic.
It's the one. It's got a strange. It's the one that bounced.
Also paired with a sword, which Raven kicked.
No,
Where is it? It bounced back.
Traveller has. Traveller has the
That's
utterly
the
long
finished
sword.
version.
This is
It's
a
a
holy
holy
dagger.
dagger. Right, it's a
Yeah,
holy.
It was the dagger that bounced back, wasn't it? You probed and it bounced back.
No, that is the dagger of Scorer.
No, this is a holy dagger that pairs with. It basically is a paired dagger to Traveller's unholy sword. That was just something that kept floating around the back of my head. I don't know what we're supposed, what we should do with it. It was just in my head.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah.
No, you
It's
bang on.
is it the one that has a chance to absorb a spell and return it?
No, that is the dagger of Scorer. It should just be an unholy dagger. Sorry, a holy dagger. Does radiant damage.
Here we are. Yeah. +1 dagger. I didn't write radiant damage, but I've got +1 holy dagger here.
That's the one.
Badger.
Okay.
I don't know if we should give that to Traveller or not because that way the paired items are together or what, but
Okay.
Sorry,
Okay.
I didn't mean to interrupt there.
You're right.
You do your bit. What are
Yeah,
you doing those
you're
25 days?
Enjoying the town. Is that about right?
Pretty much get the tattoo done, enjoy the town, see people, probably go to like the halfling district as
Okay.
well. And
Let's get yours done right out of that because yours is the quickest and, well, frankly, in my opinion, the most fun of the four.
also, it's gonna hurt like a
Give
motherfucker.
me a Constitution check.
And they're not going to be able to get buried in the gnomish set.
And why done Phil cheats as well, but well, he can be
Yeah.
moral support. Oh, would you say it's in that 20 because it looks a bit cacked?
No, that's a 20.
Oh!
That is a
You
definite
nat 20
20.
on this. I love it.
That's
So-
a very
Did you just
definite
drink enough alcohol to numb the pain?
So, you arrive at the Blue Vein Estate, which has been converted from the mansion-like building into more of a keep. So, castle, walls, everything else that a dwarf likes.
Nice.
Sorry?
Hiccups. What's your middle name?
Alessandro Dominic. So, you attend the Blue Vein Estate. While you are there, you didn't expect this. You are welcomed in instantly on arrival. On your arrival, you are led through a procession, not allowed to take a step within the grounds. You are carried by 4 dwarves, all in mithril plate. On the way, they ask for your payment.
I've got the mithril bar.
Mm-hmm. Do you remember the rest of the payment?
Oh, shit. Because I don't know if it was in the letter or...
I've got the letters, but
You present the mithril bar, and they request the 100,000 gold pieces to go with it.
Ah, I would have had to have taken a dip out of the accounts.
That's
Go
fine.
for
That's
it.
what it's there.
No issues.
I'm taking 5,000 out for that spell, so
Yeah.
I just need a calculator. I'll need to know how much he's taken out for my one.
You work out how much. Don't worry, I'm the one who runs the bank account, so I'll tell you how you guys. Obviously, you guys have more than enough money.
don't worry ever about dipping into it, honestly.
Actually, mine didn't
Me
do a
and
full
Zed
page.
are more likely to be dipping into it more than you because we're crafting spells now. They're expensive.
They are.
Paper is
Yeah, magic be pricey.
Mm. This is why all wizards are poor.
Yeah.
I can just imagine the scene where he's got the mithril bar, but then in dandelion fashion, the Witcher is like, just give me a second, Geralt! And
It's
he
like
just gets,
checks.
he's like, got it!
Between handfuls of gold everywhere.
Okay. Always very good to get everyone's attention. So, you are carried through. You deliver the money and the mithril, and you are delivered onto a table. Basically, think one of those like massage tables.
Okay.
The Taoist of the Blue Vein clan approaches, holding mithril in one hand and the tattooing needle in the other. Now, this is old school tattooing. This isn't a mechanical needle. This is a hammer and chisel.
Oh no! Oh shit!
Has anyone actually seen Maori Tatau? Yeah. You know what I'm talking about here.
Knock, knock, ink in. Knock, knock, ink in. Knock, knock, ink in.
It's basically a hammer and pointed chisel. The whole way, outlining the hand of Clayton Blue Vein, which is squarely in the middle of your back, like between your shoulder blades.
Is that
And then-
still bruised?
Oh yeah, that's still bruised.
Yeah, those prints are going to stay forever.
It's less of a bruise and more of a burn. And that's been outlined and filled with dwarvish script.
Nice.
Then at your lower back, is the one done by Brunhilde Bluebane, the current Low King and great-granddaughter of Clayton Bluebane. First of his line. This music is way too sinister for this. Why is it on this? This is my jovial playlist. What is going on?
You've arranged it.
I could just see Roberto.
Maybe know your sense of humour, Cal.
Well, this is true. Fuck it, I'm putting the standard D&D playlist back on because that works.
Go on, sorry.
I think that's
Come on, it's got to be Tim Burton for a
Think about
tattoo.
this. I just spent with this. You can do this, Roberto. Encouragement, Roberto. Encouragement. You can do this.
You wind up with both tattoos finished, so there's one smack bang in the middle and one lower back right between your kidneys, both forming very similar handprints with very different dwarvish script. If you look in the mirror and ask to be translated, the one between the shoulders translates as brethren, brother, kin, and betrothed. Using the old form of the word betrothed, not to mean married, but to mean one who will be accepted within. And the one between the kidneys, which is more at an angle. The handprint there reads giant script, reading fire, iron, cold, storm. It is a combination of both dwarvish script and giant script.
Wasn't that the same writing on the axe?
It was.
So Roberto's just looking at it like, right, here's the drinks.
As soon as you say that, they all cheer and run out. There is a storm of blue-tinted plate armor as they drag the blue mithril chain armor over your head.
Oh shit.
So,
Oh.
what is your
Oh,
dexterity?
that's going to be painful.
The blue mithril chain armor.
They've given him some armour.
Oh, so, what is your dexterity armor class bonus?
Defense adjust. Is it a defense adjustment? -2.
Your current armor class, while you dual wield, is -1.
Okay.
What is it at the moment?
-3.
How has it got to that point? What other...
Because I had an enchanted ring, and it was also the splint mail that I had done.
Okay, so what's the splint mail?
It was +3 splint.
+3 splint. Okay, in which case it's not -3, it's -5.
Holy balls, this
Jesus.
is hitting you.
Holy crap!
Sorry, one other adjustment was it's -5. Because you're the nat 20 while the tattooing was done, it's -6.
What?
He's got
He's
better
going
armor.
front.
He's got a better armor class than me.
You are the AC tank.
Yes.
I'm casting
Thank
blurred
you.
lines on the animals and saving it from I don't think I need to spend it on you because nothing's hitting you.
Oh, good, that means I'm not going to get hit by the next thematic press. It's him.
He is the kneecapper.
Yeah, actually. So, a -6 is equivalent of most demon lords
Fuck.
and celestial entities. We're talking god level armor class.
Jesus.
Level defense.
You are also resistant to all damage unless inflicted by a +3 magical weapon.
Unless.
Welcome to 1E mechanics in armor class. This gets weird.
This is endgame level mechanics too.
Oh yeah.
Enjoy adjusting the thaco.
Oh, I don't need to.
Holy balls.
I've already adjusted. I knew that this was going to happen.
Oh, so you've already done
The
it.
only thing I did, I prepared for the +1 to the armor class because the plus bonus is on the armor. What I wasn't fully prepared for was the critical pass. That was well done. That was a perfectly timed one. I had in my head, if you roll the nat 20, I would give you an additional armor class increase based on your actual physicality by those tattoos. Those tattoos have imbued you with improved armor class.
Jeez. Thank you.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
We will get back to your drinking night later because that falls very nicely with one of the scripted events.
Yes.
Yay!
Hey.
Celadine,
Oh, yes.
while you are working on your spells, one of the things that happens is there is a knock at the door.
Sorry, I just listened to the music.
Oh, the music, yeah. Actually, hold on. I actually don't have words for this.
I think fireplace is
I know,
really
right?
classical
Go
music.
to
Are you
the
amazing
bathroom
indeed,
quickly,
like-
please continue.
Here we go.
Okay.
So, there is a knock at the door, and
Okay.
you can hear a voice clearly asking for you, and the voice carries through. Is she? I know she's back. I would just like to speak to her.
um, uh, who went and answered the door?
Eldon.
Oh,
You can hear the intake of breath as you approach.
Yeah,
As
get
the
up and just
preparation
running for the
Of the
door.
guttural scream of "Get the fuck off my lawn!" Yeah, why am I being dragged away?
Papa, look, could you just go? I think I've muddled up some of the equations in that, so please go and do that.
I'm being pushed away and I don't like it, but equations. And he just walks off. Yeah, cobbled. Hello, Celadine. It is the now 7-foot tall form of White Band. He has adjusted his height to a more appropriate level. Still giant blue wings, still massive, broad chest, long snout. I would like you. Sorry, no, get this right. I would like to invite you to join me for dinner this evening at the Dragon's Roost.
I'd love to.
Fantastic.
The dragon's roost.
The Dragon's Roost, the most fancy restaurant in Torgaval. It's
Posh place.
Yeah,
Oh, I
yeah.
didn't realize we had it.
It's been mentioned.
Yeah, you guys met there.
Did
That's
we?
where you got information about the necklace.
Oh, is that the place that's like a fancy tea house for gnomes?
No. That's the fuck it. That's
It's the place that's run by Lady Ixom's priestesses.
Oh, right. Yes, I remember it now.
So, you wind up joining White Band for dinner. Due to the size of his wings, the two of you unfortunately have to sit outside. But while you're sat outside, he just does adjust the size of his wings so they're in the full draconic form, so that you're not being bolstered by the wind and the cold. While there, you do notice that some of the more metallic-oriented worshippers, those that do still worship Lady Ixom completely, are being not really rude, but somewhat abrupt. But he doesn't seem bothered, as he asks you what you want to eat and orders it for you. Never ordering for you in the sense of just picking what you want, but he sort of takes charge in a sense, just like ordering for you to make it clear what is to be had and who is to be had it at what time.
Yeah.
It's a little bit controlling, but intended well.
Yeah.
And during the dessert, he gives you a necklace. It is a raw sapphire housed in an electrum cage. I made this for you.
Oh,
I understand that things paid for are not as from the heart, I have been told. I'm still getting used to this, okay?
It's okay. I think I might have been the one who told you that in one of our
I
letters.
have a weird feeling that might be the case.
It's
Yeah.
lovely.
It's a raw sapphire, so not been cut or anything. It's housed in an electrum cage.
It's really lovely. Thank you.
Other things that White Band invites Saladin out for before the before the Winter Festival include he presents the entire party with a painting.
Oh.
It is a painting of a picnic in a forest clearing. Everyone is there, the four of you, all of your pets, including Dandelion, as well as Rachel. And Gestalt, for that matter. There, he managed to remove himself from the painting completely on this one. This is purely the party. Okay?
Okay.
Another one he does is a painting of Celadine reading in a scenic stone tower. He is in the reflection of the mirror behind her, though. Everything is in doubles, 2 cups of tea, 2 chairs, and 2 of each book.
Is one of the sets of the 2 metal plated by any chance?
Yes. But everything... There is one other event that everyone is involved in. On the 15th of the 12th month, so 5 days before the Winter Festival, White Band offers to cook for Celadine's entire family and friends. So all of you, can everybody roll Constitution modifiers, please?
Oh my god, what is he cooking? And then several cows?
It's carolers. Roberto with advantage.
18.
Ooh,
16.
Oh, mine escaped. It doesn't count, it escaped. 9.
22.
22. So, everyone's okay. Celadine, I'm sorry to say, you lose a tooth. Yeah.
At least towards the back.
Yeah. It's one of like the middle molars. It's a full crack break. Yeah, that can't be replaced. So,
Regeneration?
oh, okay, you regrow a tooth.
Hey.
Do you have any idea how much that's going to hurt? Actually, never mind. No, thank you.
It's instantaneous. It hurts for a second, but it's okay. No one notices.
I think,
So,
I think the rolls might be a little bit overdone.
here is the meal and what happened. The meat was like hard rubber, like tire rubber.
This was vacation turkey.
Yeah. The vegetables were rock hard. That's what you lost a tooth on. The cabbage literally tasted like death. Like cabbage.
Evil.
The dessert, you're pretty certain it was ice cream, but you can't be certain due to the slightly swampy taste. Brindle is there. Brindle is there and eats everyone's ice cream while White Band isn't looking. Even he is like, this is shit. Fuck it. I can eat this. Everyone bring it over. I can't let him have hurt feelings. He has tried so hard at this.
Is it just every time he looks away, all plates move one to the right?
Yeah, just every time, just everything gets closer. Everything just gets closer towards Brynval and Gestalt because those two can eat anything. Oh, and hockey.
Oh yeah, hockey's fine.
That said, I will say this: can you give me a Constitution save for hockey?
Oh,
Oh
what?
my god. Oh no, a 3.
One of hockey's tusks cracks.
Oh. We found the one thing.
I'll regenerate that too.
We found the one thing
This
hockey can't eat.
White Band's cooking.
Oh.
It was a really good effort.
I'm not done.
Oh God, no. Of
There are sweetened fruits to go with the ice cream.
course there are.
The sweetened fruits taste like they've been sweetened with grit. Even Brynval can't stomach those.
Sweetened with grit.
Yeah, like, imagine sugar that's been cooked, but rather than sugar granules, he's cooked the fruit with sugar cubes.
Oh.
Oh, it's literally melt your teeth sweet.
It's melt your teeth sweet while being as rock hard as charcoal.
I think he might have put sand in these.
And last but not least, this is the last scene with this. The potatoes are ruined. And Fosco actually stands up when the potatoes are presented.
Stands up?
Yeah, he actually stands up
What's going
out of his wheelchair because he is so annoyed by this. No son-in-law of mine will ruin the glorious potato. And for the next 5...
Daddy.
Apparently potatoes get me out of the chair. And for the next 5 days teaches White Band how to at least cook. What he refers to as the apple of the gods. Right, I need to call it. I hope everyone enjoyed that White Band montage.
At least he tried.
He's so cute.
I love that he's trying, but oh god,
It's not quite so hard.
I think Zed would have to neutralize poison on himself after leaving.
Yeah.
I'll be with you guys in a minute. I'm going to help him clear up and try and dissuade you from ever doing that again.
Yeah. That's it. I will say, over the 5 days, White Man does learn to at least make potatoes.
Hooray!
He does very nice jacket potatoes as a lunch, as like the starter for the winter festival meal.
Nice.
Okay.
I was about to suggest use his breath, but technically it's lightning, so it's...
Yeah, that'd be worse.
It'll just electrocute the food.
No, because then it'll start moving. Dun, 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 dun. Give my pork roast life.
God, no.
And I'm suckling pig, and then
Oh no, the food's all dancing again.
so Sylvia's like out of the Adams family, isn't it?
This lobster was dead when it first arrived.
He's very talented at painting, okay? We can't all be good at everything.
He tried. Well, I'm off to class for a slap up grill.
So, yeah, we're still okay. And if anything, you may have cured your father's paralysis.
Yeah, if nothing else, we found out that he can make something that cures paralysis.
By the way, at one point you saw Richter actually summon his greatsword, which is a flamberge, by the way, and actually saw through the turkey. And even that greatsword, the Crusader, which is a legendary greatsword, got about halfway before it was like, you know, even I can't get through this. I'm very sorry. I'll have a leg.
Okay. So instant quickly, let's go. Wow, 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 wow. See how the copy of my accent.
Narlock would probably see that and go, that's actually not a bad idea. Draw one of his triple pistols, put one of the tough bits of leather stake on it, and just go.
It tenderizes it enough to swallow. Doesn't it? The problem
Laying back down like a big chunk of leather again, just like, holy shit, he could make armor out of this.
The problem is any of that you eat will pass through looking exactly the same.
Oh,
that means it's going to be sitting heavy for the next 24 hours.
I'm crapping potatoes till next week.
Yeah, that said,
Can you brew X-Lax?
I'm going to try and dissuade him from ever doing that ever again.
Dragon, he can't be perfect at everything.
Exactly, he's very good at painting.
He is. Okay, everybody get some fiber gel.
Oh, please, no, I hate that stuff.
You have to take it for 3 days before it takes effect.
Have you had Movacol?
No, but I've given Move a call. I have seen how fast my patients run.
We pack shitloads of that stuff.
Don't mention shit with Move a call.
Yeah, please don't.
I had a patient I had to give Move a call to after an enema. I have never seen someone run that fast.
La, 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 la.
The things you see from
At least
the size of someone's head.
At least now I've got an understanding of the effects of some of these drugs and stuff like that now, because we've got so much of it in stores.
No, look.
I was going to do a cute moment there, but no, there's no way I could do it after the shit show of what you guys just talked about. So.
Sorry, that was out of RP.
No, it's all right. I was like,
Really?
yeah.
So you were going to help clean up.
Yeah, I was just going to hang out afterwards and help clean up. And to be honest, what I was going to do was try and hug him from behind and tell him he doesn't need to try quite so hard.
Kind of likes that. And then he said, and then he responds, "It's not the same, but maybe I've not really got much else planned before the big events. But would you like to join me in my cabins?"
Cabins?
Ooh.
Yeah, where we met, right?
I'd rather not think about that. But yes,
I'm sorry.
you're not the one who chopped off my arm. Still want to meet that dwarf.
I meant I'm sorry about killing all your little friends and the rats.
It's fine. They've already been resurrected.
Oh, okay.
They are kobolds. They have returned to life. If not, they have lived a good life.
But what?
Give me a religion check.
Me?
I don't think I'm there for this.
You're not, but you might overhear this, or Saladin might mention it.
20 what? No, 22.
Okay, so the kobold religion basically believes that if you live as a good kobold, and like a really, really good kobold, then you will be reborn in the afterlife serving the kobold gods in their great illustrious mine, where every chip of your mining axe brings you gemstones.
Oh, right. So it's kind of like a divine reincarnation.
It's a little bit like gemstone-based Buddhism.
Yeah.
If you live a bad life, you get resurrected as a gnome. Genuine kobold belief.
If you live your best life possible, you get resurrected as a dragon. So, worryingly, White Band sort of proves their religion's right.
Sort of.
Would it be possible that Eldog was once a kobold?
If the kobold religion is genuinely true. But then that says that everything that Zed believes in is a lie.
Given the fact
Until
that
Zed that?
Well, you've met my god.
given the fact we've met his god, we've met Bane, we've met my god, we've met
Multiple
the Day
gods.
of Three.
Yeah, you have.
Just because one religion is true does not mean that other religions aren't true.
Yeah.
Wow, philosophical.
It's quite a clusterfuck.
Yeah.
And I was going to say to White Band that, I'll come down to the caverns and all that, but
Yeah.
I also, can you fly?
Yes. Didn't I fly you down from the
Yes,
mountain?
you did. Sorry, there's been a lot happening.
It's okay.
Could we go for a fly somewhere one night?
When it's a bit warmer, yes, I
Yeah,
would worry about you freezing.
yeah. When it's warmer, yeah. I think it'd be nice to fly over. There's a little island just off the coast of Dale.
It's all nice.
Brother, shoot.
Okay. So, with the quiet night in with the kobolds, we might do that one once it starts turning towards spring.
Sure.
So, plan whatever you have planned.
Okay.
With the quiet night in with the kobolds to wait on them hand and foot, food is provided by Clives, the Necrobrain Blackspire, via kobold delivery, koboldaroo.
Hey.
Koboldaroo.
There we go. I love the chain of that because Jenny got it, then Dudley got it, then Grim got it, then Nick got it. I love it.
That's so cute.
You enjoy a pleasant evening of painting, reading, and listening to a gramophone that he collected.
Oh.
Wait.
Hmm?
No, he bought that from Dale.
Hmm.
Sorry, there was the opportunity for you to get that from Mechtown or from Fosco's, but you didn't.
No.
So otherwise, he has that himself.
Oh god, he's listening to classical music.
Ah, here we go. No, there is no gramophone because you didn't collect that in Mechtown or Fosco's.
Hmm.
Instead, there is a kobold bard by the name of ADnD1e.
Oh, good.
I just got my own joke.
Is he about as good as can be expected?
She's okay if a little
Oh,
shrill.
She, sorry.
ADnD1e.
Oh, God. Cobbledine Digon.
Celine Dion.
Nice.
And my breath will fly on and on.
Narlock.
Yes.
So, over the 25 days, you and Rachel prepare for your younglings.
Yep.
Yep. You decorate the nursery, you prepare beds. You realize very quickly that while this hut is very nice for a couple and maybe okay for one child, the thought of having 2 children here is something that's persistent in your mind. On the 10th of the 12th month, while you are deciding what colour would be most appropriate for twins, there is a knock at the door.
I go and I answer the small door.
Stood next to the big door is a massive orc wearing a mishmash of plate and fur. It doesn't take long to recognize this figure as Lumamak, your father. Ah, there is the seed of the Nesvishian. Sorry, Gatlokur.
I open the big door.
Welcome, Bay of Lexington.
Lexington.
And the Bay of Lexington.
This giant orc that has like a great axe over one shoulder and javelins over the other is like looking like.
Have you met the mayor of this town yet?
I have seen him.
This door's for him.
I see. He kind of stoops to get in because he's a full-blooded orc.
He's probably about 8-9 foot.
Yeah, he's taller than Lexington. If not taller, he's definitely broader.
Rachel.
Rachel descends the stairs and sees this giant orc. We have visitor?
Allow me to. What's his name again?
Lumamak.
Falumamak. Allow me to introduce Falumamak. My father.
She instantly changes from the terrified and slightly scared look of like, is this an invader? Are we being invaded right now? To, oh, this is my father-in-law. Like, I'll put the kettle on. And she goes and proceeds to put the tea kettle on. Lumamak kind of watches her go and then smiles at you. Never would I have thought that you would have done so well.
This world has been very surprising.
So has the old world. Have you heard about what happened to your brother?
Got himself captured and thrown away for crimes omitted, shall we say?
Captured is the wrong word when he put himself in chains.
What did he do?
You remember that he wanted to become a noble mercenary of the Nesvishian Empire.
Yes, all while wanting to become the next leader. But, you know, to become a leader, you've got to actually be able to lead. So, yeah, he threw around a lot of things, but it doesn't look like he was able to deliver on many of it.
Well, he approached the Nesmitian Empire and realized that the crimes we had all committed were on his head. We have all been exonerated, you included. You are an innocent orc in the eyes of the Nesmitian Empire. Any crimes that you wish to admit to while on the lands of Nesmish will be blamed on your brother, Maclon.
I don't suppose he thought once about, well, what it means to actually be the leader.
I think he'd been foolishly believing stories told by the old ones. You've done quite well for yourself.
Well,
Graham?
Graham.
He's forgotten your name.
Graham is my second brother twice removed. He's about 7,000 miles that way.
Ah, you are.
Narlock, you're 701st child.
To be fair, I had a lot of children.
Yes, I know. You could have got a birthday card or something even.
I don't know the second guess is going to be Barbara. Sorry.
Ah,
Getting gone.
your mother was Galonicia.
Is that correct?
That is
Check
correct.
that. What?
That is correct. Your mother's name was Galonicia.
I was going to double check that because I actually have the information saved on my phone.
Oh, brilliant. I literally wrote all of this with your backstory in front of me.
Yeah. That's right.
Ah, I think you'd be happy to know she's doing very well. She's had 2 children since you.
Who, really?
Yes, there is Nelron. She is, well, he is technically your brother-nephew.
Robert, second up.
Ew.
Who tried the children too? Oh.
He is
Oh.
Maclon's son.
Yep, got that.
Macron.
Essentially,
Different.
out of character to put you three in the loop here. Narlock's tribe is a harem. Whoever is in charge, the mothers can have children to that. So if his brother is the one in charge, his mother will have to father children to him, as well as be able to father children to another.
Well, so although there is blood relative via Narlock, there is no incest committed.
Yeah. Right, yeah. So I was just thinking it was the brother, but
Yeah, the brother-nephew.
not that kind of.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
So because there's all these different women, he is technically his brother, but only in that they're related by the father.
And then there is your younger sister, Gurok. She is doing very well, and your mother has decided to settle in the southern port town of Kerr. As a merchant, he appears quite happy.
Good to hear.
Does that mean this is across the sea?
And if you are here, that means
The
you're not alone.
Nesmitian Empire has sent a vanguard of orcs
For what purpose?
to help. From what I understand, this will be my first and last battle. If I live, I return to Ka and am given freedom as a private citizen. I'm thinking of opening an inn. Somewhere where there is lots of snow.
Oh, trust me, there is plenty of demand for inns in this country, or even, I'm sure back in Kerr there would be a good demand for them if we can establish some kind of relation with the country.
I'm sure it will be possible. I have come here about your many siblings and cousins, though.
What of them?
Many of our tribe have excelled under the Nesvitian Empire. It looks like it's something we should have done a long time ago. But then again, I didn't really want to go to prison.
Understandable.
Yes, it appears I sired many intelligent children and one idiot. Then again, what do you expect from having a child with an ogress?
With a what?
Ogre-esque.
Oh, right.
His brother.
Check the monster manual, look up Ogren. Have fun.
I haven't got the monster manual, so.
Oh, I mean 5th edition.
Oh, that one. Okay, yeah.
An Ogren is the offspring of an orc and an ogre.
Well, what can I say? The stubbornness is in his blood.
Yes. I want to make sure that everything is on the up and up, I think you used to say. I assume that was you. It sounds like you.
Oh yeah, that was me. Everything on the up and up. Yep.
Ah, good.
Yeah.
About a 5th of the forces we have brought with us, half of the clan have been sent to the front line against the Accord of the Prismatic Steel. I expect to see none of them alive. The elves are vicious.
Yeah. Weren't they the 3 assassins that we faced?
Yeah,
They were from there.
they were baleful hunters of the Prismatic Steel.
Oh yeah, they had balefire.
Yeah, Belfast one.
Yeah, we've already faced just 3 of the Bellfire Hunters.
How would you feel about taking ownership of a small percentage of those that have come with us that are interested in defecting from the Nesvitian Empire?
I don't know if I could claim the ownership, but if things pan out the way we hope they do, I could give them somewhere to be. A purpose, shall we say.
Would you be willing to tell them, instruct them, give them direction?
I feel like this is the appropriate time. Narlock reaches into the bag of holding for the banner.
Okay.
Mm.
Oh, the musical fucking sinister. I love it.
Just takes out the small banner.
Ah, I see you have been planning your own insurrection. I'm impressed.
That was in character, by the way, taking a small sip of a drink while he's with his father.
Yeah.
I have my own plans for my own future. But there's always a weight upon you to do what's right for the people who come behind you. Nesfish, Brayla, Gestalt, Dale, always seems to be putting pieces of the puzzle back into place again. So, if it's how I can come to a place where I can be happy and safe and where I want to be, I will give them somewhere to go. And if this is the way to go, then certainly I will show them the way.
He reaches one massive hand out, and I do mean massive hand, and pats you on the head. At least I have one child to be proud of.
Narlock sets the banner on the wall, and it's the closest he will get to hugging his father because he knows that would be, yeah. He just the closest he can get to it to display the same emotions, but to an orc is to just go.
Yeah. He winds up giving you the same pose and actually bows to you, which is one step more. I look forward to seeing how many decide to go with you and which decide to return to the vanguard. I look forward to the fight. Thank you for having me, and thank you for the tea. He finishes the entire mug and then eats the mug.
Alabaster.
China. You've chosen a good wife. I look forward to no one taking her from you.
That's when Narlock's face drops like that. That's a blessing. That is the blessing for him. Oh, yeah, out of character, that's just another thing in his tribe. It was a thing that's with males born in the tribe. They could marry within the tribe, but also if they married outside of the tribe to someone else, it was the gift of the wedding that their wife be betrothed only to them and not part of the harem. That was their wedding gift.
Which Lumamark still actually agreed to, but Macklon didn't.
So,
which
yeah,
is what caused so much contention within the tribe.
So to be gifted that is a very, it's a very big thing for Narlock, but it's because it was his brother that was technically in charge at the time, he didn't expect it, so it's a very big thing.
As
It's essentially like someone coming along and saying, right, your family is under protection of your city.
As Lumac does start to leave, not staying for dinner, he does look back as he leaves through the big doors. Goes, may the one-eyed guardian see that you have vision that he does not, over those that would choose to follow a member of the, and then he kind of looks at the flag, Gatlock Vess, and then leaves. If you would all remember, the flag that Narlock got read the flag of the Gatlock Vess, not the Gatlock Cur, with the last three names being referencing the country of origin.
Narlock takes the big flag and puts it back into the bag of holding as a, when we get there, we will plant it. Until then, he turns back to Rachel. I believe I'm home for the holidays.
That was intense. Are you all right?
He hugs her harder than he's ever hugged her before.
Oh.
Oh, it's adorable. Zed.
Before you do, there was one other thing that I was meant to say that he was going to do. On the Thursday, he was going to quickly stop by. I'm guessing it's probably the bunkhouse where he's staying. He's going to visit Burrs.
You go by the bunkhouse, the where Saliba owns now.
Yeah.
Well, hello, handsome.
Am I actually him? Is that what you're saying?
You are right.
Okay. Yes. 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 Yes.
You're in front of
Depends-
Selima.
I think that's a. Oh, well, he thinks anything he can fuck, he'll declare as handsome.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Hello, Selima. How have you been?
I've been very lonely.
Really?
Yes, there's a massive, massive orc-shaped hole in my bed. And elsewhere.
Well, too bad I'm not an orc anymore. Now, where's my? Have you, I assume my brother has been here.
No, your brother arrives for lessons every 3 days and then goes about his business in the forest. I think he's out there with some of the hunters.
Oh, right.
Probably the Andalgrim.
Angren? No, he stays in the Lexicon.
No, what I mean is probably something with Andalgrim.
Andalgrim is only at home once every week.
Purely to recover.
Is it? Thank you for letting me know. Besides, why focus on me? There are plenty of handsome orcs in this town.
Yes, but you're a mystery. And that makes you interesting, which is quite frankly the most amazing thing about you.
Oh!
You guys think Elijah is bad? If anyone dares say Elijah is the worst of the twins, I will hit you.
It varies on the perspective and what you're looking at.
Yeah.
Because I think Selima is just a dirty slut, but
Oh, Sleeve's got his own shit going on, trust me.
yeah. Well, it's a mystery you'll still have to ponder. I'll see you around. I'm back for the holidays, and that's when he'll make time to go out to the Hawkness when he gets the opportunity.
Okay. Obviously you have all the opportunity you need to go out to the where the Hortners may be, where Burrs may be.
Yeah.
So
I'll probably get that from Andalgrim and that, because if anything, the hunters will know where the orcs are in the forest.
yeah. After about 2 days of asking and just looking around, you do eventually find sort of mixed settlement out in the forest. There are kobolds darting around. There are gnolls that you recognize from the Harkon tribe, as well as the translator who spots you and says, "Ah, hello, cleric. Are you here to see one of us, or are you here to see... Wait, isn't your brother the one in charge?"
He's in charge.
Well, he's sort of running the show at the moment. Makes things easier for us.
I am here to see Burrs if he's here.
Allow me to show you the way. And he leads you through the encampment to a large tent. And inside the tent, you find your brother. Massive as he is, still, even at this state, bigger than you are. How big he is, quite frankly. And with one additional note, he has a small red squirrel on his shoulder.
Good to see you again, brother.
He kind of looks around, and just like stands up. That you look different.
I did warn you. In my letters.
You did. And he just kind of offers his hand in a handshake.
Yeah, and the old what is it? The kind of grip and
Yeah, the kind of warrior's handshake, the one where you get
Yeah.
the forearm.
I do admit I forgot. You said you were residing outside the city. Went to speak to Selima. How are things going with him?
Lessons good. Understand squiggles better. Squizzle help more so. But can read. Can read now. Takes time, but can read.
That's it. That's just kind of looking at the squirrel. I'll admit your ingenuity astounded me by getting a squirrel to write the last letter you sent.
You said you'd look at the squirrel. Can you give me an insight or a perception check? Your choice. Both with advantage.
Well, they're both the same. I'm going for the advantage, 19.
The squirrel's a druid.
What?
It's a druid. It's a druid masquerading as a squirrel.
Ah.
Has been this entire time.
I kind of raise an eye at it and went, where did you meet this one?
Met in forest of the Lost Wolf, north of Lost Wolf. She helped me write letters and helped me get people through into Celebor. The squirrel who is actually clearly female, and as I said, is actually a druid. You don't know what this druid may appear as in actual form, but there you go. Just kind of gestures a hand and bows at you.
That's it. Making a mental note that when she's separate from Vers, I'll have a quick word with her. Yeah, because I'm not sure if Vers has actually realised this.
Are you joining for food tonight, brother?
Yeah. I will join. It's been far too long since I've actually had the chance to sit to relax. It's good to see so many of the tribe have made it here.
It is. Glad so many still want to travel too. Was sad thinking old ways would be gone. I made this for you. I know it's early, but I want you to have it. And he kind of offers you like this really shoddily wrapped box. And it is horrifically wrapped. Like, imagine a toddler trying to wrap a circular box.
Don't worry, I think I can imagine this very well.
Thank you.
That wasn't a jibe at anyone.
Oh, I was going to
It
say.
reminds me of because one time I tried to wrap. I mean, do you remember when Ferrero Rochers used to be served in that cone?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I tried to wrap one of those for Secret Santa one time. Did not end pretty.
No,
And my parents laughed at me.
no, this is the point where you just get a bag.
Yeah. Yeah, so I take it and remove this kind of pull the packaging. I guess it just falls off.
Inside, you find a hand-carved wooden statue of Burs and Zed with their arms around each other. Not in like a big hug, but like into that brotherly hug. Like one arm. And around Zed's legs, you can see Tibbles. And on Burs's shoulder, you can see Squizzle. And over the top of them, you see this cloaked figure. As you look closer, you see the figure of your mother. And written beneath in Orcish script, is "She would be proud."
Oh.
Oh. Oh, he can be such a sweetie in that regard.
All right.
Yeah, that was one thing. There's one thing I saw. So I'm not sure if I gave it to him last time. I still have the medallion that I took from.
You did give it to him last time.
Yeah, I thought I gave it to it last time.
That was actually what kind of helped him get to this point.
So, thank you. It's useful.
She would be proud of how you've turned out. I know I wasn't the easiest brother, but I'm proud of you too, even if you're a bit hummy.
So I've got a long tale to tell. You won't believe how much Hume got into me. So I'll spend and say the time that we have the meal, and that I tell him some of the adventures that happened since I saw him last.
Lovely. How is everyone feeling?
I can go a little bit longer.
Yeah.
I've just knocked off. I'm fine, by the way. I have just knocked off a little bit of gold off of my personal supply because I realised there were 2 more people I ought to buy presents for.
Okay.
But I
How are
knocked
you-
off a reasonable amount.
How are you guys both doing? Because
I'm fine.
Probably going to do about 12. Probably going to do about half 12.
half 12. You happy with that?
Half 12, yeah.
Half 12. So 1 more hour. Great. We can do the winter. We can do the winter market, and then I can give you all your presents.
Okay, I'm gonna have to make notes as well to get something for Bears.
By the way, anything that you guys buy for anyone, I will just assume that in the 25 days that you had, you bought it for them
Mm-hmm.
or made it for them. So I'll just knock that off of your finances. I want you guys to have as much fun as you can with this, yeah?
Okay.
How long would it take to get to Dale as well?
Dale, about 2 days.
Yeah, I may have to make an excursion out there because one I need to drop the gem off.
You could always do that after the winter festival.
Oh yeah, I thought after the winter. All right, yeah. Although it's if there's time after the festival before the fight.
Oh yeah, there'll be about 3 months after the winter festival before the final fight.
Oh, I got loads
You
of
guys
time.
have loads of downtime.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
by the way, the 15th of the 12th month,
Hmm?
when you were out for dinner with White Band,
No, that was 15th when we all had dinner with White Band, you said.
that was it. So let's go with the 17th.
Okay.
3 days before the winter meal that Fosco is planning, that you are all invited to for present sharing and happy meal. Your house burns down.
My what? How does my
Oh.
house burn down, Cal?
Apparently, Eldod fired a fireball aimed at a particularly black bear that had broken in, wearing a large pink bow. Apparently, and this is the story as the party is told, 20 found this black bear trying to break into Fosco's pantry. Eldod, roused by 20 screeching from his dreamless sleep, he claims, found this black bear with this massive pink bow, and as a natural instinct to finding a large predator having broken into your house, blasted off every fireball he could in the house. By the time of the 20th, your house has been rebuilt. You've been put up in a beautiful room in the Necroman Black Spire. All the books have been replaced, and you may add 3 spells to your spellbook of your choice of any level that you may learn.
Ooh.
Wow, okay, 20 is a very good.
The lexicon of burned down in its entirety.
It did. So the Blackheart family has paid for everything.
Because their bear broke in and was trying to break into my dad's pantry, obviously. And 20 saw it off like the bravest dog.
Yes, he did.
There
And
was
was
Bosco more angry at losing the meal or the house?
Meal.
And 20 was in no way involved in some sort of evil scheme.
That said, all 4 of you noticed that all of your pets appeared very well fed and very content and didn't really eat their morning meal the next day. Also, you don't know why, but Tibbles was throwing up a lot. It seemed like mostly hairballs. Also,
What happened? Hairball? What did he? I forget what he ate.
Everything.
It is a very particular boar.
Oh yeah, that as well.
Yeah, there was also that vomiting as well. There was also the nausea of what happened that night. Because Tibbles fucked a pig. Yes!
You didn't have that much to drink, Nick.
Sorry, for anyone watching, go ahead and
I never
look at Honey Man.
Tibbles hockey.
No, Tibbles and Hockey both went at it.
Well, hockey went at Tibbles.
Yeah.
So
Oh
technically,
yeah.
that was where orphan blankets were made.
Oh,
Technically, yeah.
they slept together. They had sex. They did. Dude.
Tibbles porked hockey.
They did the theoretical babies, and I don't know what they
You literally got.
I don't recall that.
I have video evidence, Nick. Don't.
They made wigs or pulps. Which would you prefer, wigs or pulps?
Oh, fuck's sake. I love this game.
Oh, that poor. Oh boy, that dog's doing the walk of shame. All right.
Also, you lost your helm of telepathy for that day.
Oh yes, I did. Well, yeah, because I was out doing. I think that must have been the night we were out. Yeah, when we were out at dinner, weren't we? So I left my helmet behind.
It would actually make sense that it was that day, yeah, the 15th.
I just pat Dandelion. I'm like, well, at least you've been well behaved. Good, Dandelion.
Just look at Hockey as she comes back. What the hell are you so smug about?
Okay,
20's
so-
getting all the scritches and all of the food, and he's having a brand new collar made because he was such a good boy.
So, the breakfast meal and present sharing. The tree at the Leyspark home is full of presents for everyone. Is everyone ready? Because I do expect you guys to say notes of who gave you what and what you got. And I'll be asking afterwards what you bought for people.
Yeah, just I'll finish up my notes on the spells that I'm taking.
I'm gonna have this where I'm gonna have to lie out of my teeth.
By the way, when you're next going to Dale, I can make it so it's only 1 day's distance.
Oh,
Distance distortion.
that's the effect. I thought it was an illusion spell.
It is an illusion spell, doesn't mean it doesn't happen.
Fair. Okay. So, from the Leysparks, Eldod and Fosco. We're going to adjust the music.
I can say from this funky fresh jam.
Yeah, I love this music.
You need this from me.
I will ask you to read that out.
Oh, okay.
Why is that not working?
Are you sending messages, Cal?
No, I'm
Playing
trying.
the music through that, it's just being a bit of a finickety.
It is. There we go. So, from the Leysparks, Eldod and Fosco, to their daughter, Celadine. Eldod laughing his ass off the entire time as Fosco has to wheel himself over to you, presents you with a puppy, a husky, from the Temple of Fenris Sulfur,
Oh,
namely the one you always asked for.
Puppy I always wanted when I was little, but they wouldn't let me have.
Yes.
It's a wolf pup.
It's a husky basically.
Oh,
oh.
Look at you.
it's 21.
Hey.
Look at him with his little wiggle schmuffs.
For Roberto, from Fosco, a fine hat with a feather in it.
Marvelous. Thank you very much.
For Narlock and Rachel, from Eldod, a luxury set of bath towels and a book, Mr. Flopsy the Highwayman.
Oh
God.
It is about a bunny who is also a highwayman.
is that a baby book?
You
Yeah,
were
it is.
making it filthy in your head.
No, I say it's a baby. No, I say it's a baby. It's a baby. It's a baby, like a nursery rhyme.
It's sort of that. It's more like Raffles the Gentleman Thug.
Not read that one.
Very good. Heartily recommend. It's like a worse version of Arsène Lupin. For Zed. Sorry, Narlock?
I said okay.
Alright. For Zed. A donation of 200 gold pieces to the church.
Very, very well received. Blessings of the wife.
Lana got a ship in a bottle kit.
Hey.
Andalgrim received a chicken hutch and 10 chickens and a single black cock. That's funny unless you know archery. Does the cock feather?
Oh, it's for his arrows. Oh
Yeah.
God, right, okay.
Yeah, he uses fletching.
Or Clive, Maho wine and Black Glen whiskey. For Efandes, now this is bitchy,
Oh.
blonde hair dye.
Oh.
Because she's currently brunette. As well as an ivory brush and a picture of Rupert.
Oh, that's sort of nice.
From Fosco to White Band, cookbook, cooking with massive hands. And from Eldad to Brynval, a bejeweled statue of a knight.
Ooh.
For Gloria, Gloria Truglet, your
Yeah.
aunt, a scented beard oil for her armpits. That was from Eldad.
Can you excuse me for a minute, please?
You all right?
Yeah, I just need to use the bathroom real quick.
Yeah, sure. We'll continue when you get back because I've got pages of this.
Okay.
I need a name for a puppy.
21.
I like 21 actually.
It's annoying me, but I do as well.
Oh, how you doing, Chris?
I think I need to ask you something.
Sure, what's up?
No, actually, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Do you want to private message me?
Yeah.
God, I spent so long on these presents. I'm so glad I actually got through this session.
I'm surprised that Fosco someone didn't either get me like a list of his actual name, so I remember, or condoms.
They got you. Fosco got you a nice hat with a feather in it.
That's,
Befitting of any bard.
I think it's perfect.
There you go.
Because I gave my feather away to the last dwarf, where I borrowed those mag boots.
You did.
I am he who walks vertically. And very, very well seen.
20's got a little brother.
Oh, it's a little wolf pup. It's so cute.
This puppy's going to piss itself the minute it sees the owl there.
I reckon,
It's all right.
I reckon it's actually going to beat up the owlbear. It's a daily, but it's still like.
Yeah, maybe 20 takes well to being a big brother.
So 21, or should it have been 22?
No, it's going to be 21, isn't it?
Okay. A present for Richter Belmont. A tea set hand painted by Fosco.
Oh.
And for Nana Leyspark,
Mhm.
mechanical sewing machine. Oh, and
Is
because
there a
I
mechanical sandwich?
sewing machine. Okay, from Fosco to Eldod, Electrum book cover stand and blade, so a book blade.
Hmm.
Now those things are really fancy.
Yeah.
And from Eldod to Fosco, mother of pearl inlaid music sheet stand, and a bejeweled shovel, with a note reading, "When you hit rock bottom and want to keep digging."
He's still not forgiven, is he?
Okay, is everyone ready for this one? From Richter Belmont
To
Lana.
Oh.
A bottle of endless rum and a nice tea set with a note saying, I would like it if you'd get off that stuff. To Andalgrim, beeswax wood polish. Eldon of Bosco, a box of sweets and a bottle of wine, blackberry wine, of a Vestultian make.
Oh, that's gonna taste foul.
To Narlock and Rachel, a crib with duvets and swaddling blankets. He mentions that these were Rupert's when he was a baby.
Oh,
Oh God, the guilt, the fucking guilt.
Roboto. He understands that you like elves and did want to be a bard. So he has gotten you a codpiece with full Sylvan alphabet on it. That's what we like, yes?
Oh God.
I will find use for this.
For Zed. A rough woodcut of Fenris, Steakeater, and Esther. Appear to be handmade. For Ifandes, a bottle of good wine and a sweet blackcurrant perfume. And then for Celadine, 16 of the 32 winter festival / birthday presents missed.
What?
Some of these are quite expensive, so he felt like doubling up would be alright, but if you would like more, he is happy to acquiesce. He's got to make up for time.
Oh, good grief.
Are you ready for this list?
Have I got to write out this whole list?
You don't. I'm happy to give you it afterwards.
Please,
the
I'm not going to have room.
But the list of presents from Richter Belmont to one Celadine Leyspark include a teddy bear with a bucket helm,
Oh, that's quite cute.
an azure blue wool scarf, badly knitted. He mentions that his wife made the one for Rupert and Lana, but he is not as good at crochet as she was.
Oh.
Your grandmother. A book of basic wizard spells, because he knows you're interested in wizardry. An electric tea strainer and a set of herbal teas.
Well, I suppose that's at least something nice, yeah.
A perfume bottle, sweet blackcurrant, mentioned, used by one Annette Belmont, your grandmother. A pink scabbard and wooden dagger.
How old does he think I am?
He's working through the years.
Oh, I see.
A bag of boiled sweets.
Hey, sweeties, yay.
A miniature shield with a minor confidence enchantment. Ideal for a child lacking in confidence. A book of jokes about dragons. Sorry, I have a list here.
Oh, good grief. It's like what your grandparents get you. What, literally, because they don't know anything about you, so they're just buying a bucket load of stuff they think kids like.
Where is it? I know I wrote these down. I was so annoyed I've lost it.
At least you can memorize the jokes and tell Brindle some. Maybe he'll smile a bit more around it.
Or he'll eat me.
Yeah, if you ask nicely. Here we go. Dragon jokes. Why do dragons sleep during the day?
Why?
So they can fight knights.
Oh.
I've got 3 more. What happens if you kiss a dragon?
What?
You get burnt lips. Why do dragons like knights?
Why?
They come in their own pans.
Oh.
And why do dwarves hunt dragons in the morning? Because the early beard catches the worm.
It's a sub-cracker level.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not finished.
Oh, God.
A music box that plays Fear Not the Night. He
Oh.
mentions this was the lullaby he sang to Rupert and to Lana.
Oh.
And he is sad that he did not get to sing it to you.
Oh.
A woodcut of Rupert and Annette Belmont, his son and wife. Appears handmade. Badly handmade. A self-spinning cog, a fidget cog, because that's what the youth like. It's a fucking fidget spinner.
I know.
A miniature functioning siege set with horse stable and doll's house, hand whittled. It actually looks quite nice.
Oh.
Okay, this one was a kind of unfortunate one. He knows you like books, and he found this one and just bought it for you. It is in fact an erotic novel named The Wrong Hero by A. Rice. It is written backwards. He doesn't know what he bought.
That's all right. I will quietly just say thank you and put that somewhere else.
Okay, last two. A fabric doll of a guard.
Oh.
Just a town guard.
Oh.
And the last one, he understands you like kobolds. So a clay whistle in the shape of a kobold gnawing on a bone.
Oh God, do I get to... Oh, good grief.
I didn't write that. From Lana, who bought these in a panic when she found out in a letter from Celadine that she was to buy people presents.
Oh, bless her.
To Celadine, a brooch of an azure butterfly and her ring of bane. Because you mentioned that you were going to give her your dagger. Made from Rupert's dagger.
I never told you I was going to give her my dagger.
No, but this is a thing that does happen. Narlock.
Yeah.
A pompadour wig. Supposedly owned by an executed traitor of Denethor. Roll and history check, please.
17 on the dice.
This is a really long time to recollect. Do you guys remember when you were traveling from Kalek to Denethor?
Yeah. Oh, I remember this guy. Me and Zed chucked him out of the wagon, and then it turns out he was one of
Oh,
the
not him!
Oh.
It's his wig. It looks really familiar.
Now, just picks it up. He's dead.
Apparently.
He was really mean.
Zed. An hourglass that uses falling mist instead of sand.
Oh, wow.
Use this from?
From Lana. Roberto. A locket of hair, supposedly from a mermaid. To Andalgrim, she gives one of her swords in a rawhide scabbard. To Eldon and Fosco, she gives a nice selection box of booze. Basically 6 good wines, 3 great rums, and 1 best brandy. And to her granddad, she gives a decorative gold tea kettle. From Burrs and Squizzle.
Oh, Squizzle's involved.
Apparently. On the notes it is. Zed, you already had your present. You find out at a later date, Saliva received a hand-carved opium pipe of very good quality. And the party received a handmade thank you card made of carved wood with iron hinges. In common, it reads, "Thank you for looking after my little brother."
Oh.
Aww.
From Andalgrim. Ready to continue?
Yes.
To Celadine. A leash for her puppy.
Oh.
And a hand-braided leash for 20. Looks like it's newly made. For Lana, a bottle of Frontier brandy. For Eldod, a gift card to a Fander's shop. To Fosco, cookbook, cooking for belligerent family. To Brynval, a gift card for the butchers and 3 dozen animal traps from the Rangers. To White Band, a gift card to the local tailors. To Zed, wolf's head made of silver. Think like the Witcher emblem.
Yeah. Who's this? Who's this from?
Andalgrim.
And Randallgrim.
To Narlock, children's book of poetry. And Roberto, a set of warm socks.
Nice.
He does-
I will take Christmas socks any day.
From Brynval, who is also there, of course, to Whiteband, a black scale cloak. To Eldod, swamp-aged bourbon. To the party, spiced rations. To Roberto,
Oh, nice.
spiced brandy.
Oh.
And to Andalgrim and the Rangers, treated bones for bows, arrowheads, and spears. From Whiteband to Celadine, a beautiful dress and trouser combo, arcane knight style.
Oh,
Good boots and blue scaled dress. This dress does incur a +3 armor class and is resistant to lightning, with a fox fur lined collar. Sapphire and platinum bracelet, and a black leather book that automatically records your dreams.
oh,
Nice.
To Narlock, a sapphire and bone teething ring, a pair of. To Rachel, an electrum rattle, singular. To Zed, a flagon with a wolf on it, and a note he refers to as a free pass from Whiteband, single use.
A free pass from White.
That means you can do one thing that would normally piss Whiteband off, and you can get away with it. He feels like it's appropriate for the responsible one.
Okay, I'm gonna save that for the very unlikely eventuality that Celadine gets injured on my watch.
Roberto. A coloured rock appears to be bismuth, so metallic gemstone, shaped into a halfling serenading an elven woman.
Oh.
For Brynvar, a set of blue-scaled robes. For Fosco, bone-handled electrum cutlery for 50 people. For Sargoria, the tiefling bookseller, an electrum bookmark with sapphire decoration of an elven woman. For Saliva, a sapphire ashtray. And for Euralia, another member of the book club, a crystal decanter and glassware. Eldod has a massive tantrum that he did not get a present.
Eldor's made it perfectly clear he doesn't like white bands.
From Gestalt to Zed, a good quality travel calligraphy set with many coloured inks.
Yeah, thank you for that.
From Sargoria. Now, there are ones here to characters that people don't know. If you'd like, I can read all of them, or would you like me to just focus on the ones of characters that you'd probably find out about?
I don't know. I'm happy either way, sir.
If people are happy to, I'm happy to read the full list.
Do we have the ones that we're giving to each other?
That will come right at the end. I will ask you guys what you bought for each other and for anyone else. So, for Bella and Nera, so Bella, she bought a first edition book of The Sapphire of Lavender's Lodge by S. Zaphos. Nera, a nice scabbard for her greatsword. For Saliva, an electrum chair for chain for Sue, his pseudo dragon.
Yeah, his little pet lizard thing.
For Rachel, and as a secondary Narlock, a collection of children's books about the dangers of the world entitled Crypt Boy. For Ifandes, a prismatic rainbow-coloured stone as a pendant. You alright, Chris?
Yeah, who was that from?
That was from Sargoria.
That's the tiefling who sells books. I think does she work in Ifandes' shop now? Yes.
And she's part of the book club with Rachel.
Yeah, we met her way back when.
Okay.
She was back in Dale, wasn't she, when we met her?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, sorry, yes.
For Whiteband, a metal plate notebook with drip acid pen. Something appropriate for him. For Celadine, a series of short stories detailing the idyllic life of an anthropomorphic vegetables, entitled Patrick Parsnip by Annette Belmont.
Oh,
Nick, as Richter points out, your grandmother.
Patrick Parsnip.
Yes. That's why Rupert's middle name is Patrick.
I see.
Oh, and a pepper spray to be designed for halflings and goblins.
All right, yes.
From Ifandes. What's things there? Main one there would be to Celadine and Eldon and Fosco. Eldon and Fosco both get good wines, as does Clive. Celadine, you get a nice notebook and a bottle of Rupert's cologne that she has saved.
Oh.
It is musky and cheap. Much like him. Narlock.
Yes.
From Herr Ketzler Kerr, you receive a bottle of Nesvetian grain whiskey. It is of medium quality, but nice. From Clive to Celadine, a bottle of Gnomish whiskey.
Yay.
To Narlock, a bottle of Orc moonshine.
Nice.
To Roberto, a bottle of Orc mead. And to the party as a whole, a painting entitled The Travelers of Leyspark Amalgam Painting. This is the last one on my list, by the way.
Is that from Ray-Ban Kids?
No, that's from Clive.
Oh.
So, it is a massive sheet of vellum that has been added to by every traveller of Leyspark. Clive added a beautiful ink sketch of a mountain. Gloria, a flower press. Press powers to look like figures. Looting a chest. Eldod, dancing lights infused with magic to create shadow puppets of his party. So the original Traveller of Leyspark. Ifandes, an oil painting of Rupert and Eldod with an unfinished sketching of Gloria and Clive. Notes on Brug and Groll. Rupert, stick figures dancing around what looks like an apple. It sucks. That is the major note of this. It is awful. It is the worst addition to the painting, and two of the additions were from full-blooded orcs. From Brug, an ash painting of people drinking around a fire. Bruog was Cookie, if you remember, from the original Butcher. Gror, the original cleric of Grumsh. Brass rubbing of calligraphy versions of the party's names. From Fosco, a charcoal sketch of Eldon and Gloria. And from Traveller,
He was one.
pressed silver studs into the paper like pins, shaping silhouettes of the party depending on which way you look at the studs.
Wow.
So, what presents have the party decided on?
I've written out quite a few.
Yeah.
Who wants to
Who's
go
going
first?
first?
Why don't you go first, Nala?
How are we doing this?
No,
Oh wait, let's go around the
Yeah,
others.
we'll go from Bravado.
You wanna go first?
Yeah, I can do.
Okay, so if Dudley goes first, and then we go clockwise, ending with Celadine.
So I was not expecting to get presents from us. I only got presents for the party.
That's all right. I hadn't got presents for half of them either.
That's all right. There's a list of presents that weren't included.
Right, so going around, so to no, look. So I got him some halfling whiskey, but I also found some gun cleaning components for your guns.
Ooh.
Oh, that's nice.
So you can give him a good old proper shine. To Zed, I brought him some incense and some good wine.
Oh, thank you.
Because I know incense is part of your spell components as well, so might come in handy. For Celadine, I got a really nice notebook that she can use for spells, or for letters, and one of her favourite halfling drinks.
Oh, thank you.
So probably a halfling wine.
Yeah.
Halfling mead.
Halfling mead.
Yeah.
Good.
Like
Okay.
sweet drinks.
Yeah. And that's me.
All right, Narlock.
Okay, I've got a few here. To Clive, I got some engraved tankards that says to reminisce with the original Travelers of Leyspark on them.
Oh, I like that.
Nice.
To Eldon and Bosco, I got a fine wool rug with names of names of their family on it.
Nice.
Ooh.
To Adelgrim, I got him some Fletcher's tools.
Oh, I actually genuinely appreciate that.
To Lala, I got 4 kegs of fine wine.
Ooh. Yeah, she's happy with that.
To White Band, I said to him, I'm sorry, seems to be a double gift. I didn't realize someone else had bought you. The metal writing kit.
Nice. So it's an acid one, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he writes on metal, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. Because he tends to rip paper.
And then these are now the ones for the party. Okay. Yep. So to Zed, I wrote out some personal ones here because I thought these would be good gifts then. So while you were doing that, I was writing these out. To Zed, he got him a winter coat with different patterned patches. On the outside, it's patterned with different patches to represent the different changes that Tibbles has gone through. And on the inside, different patches to represent what Zed has gone through and changes.
Aww.
Is this a cloak?
Yeah, winter coat.
Oh, winter coat.
Oh.
To Celadine, Marlock and Rachel got her a necklace with stones that are engraved with family names, but it is the Leysparks on one side and the Belmonts you like on the other side.
So Rupert and Lana. Just Lana, actually.
Thank you. It's lovely.
Does it actually say Richter on there? Because Richter is actually leaning over, just, oh, I don't see my name. Well, fair enough.
And the last one is to Roberto, and he hands him a small box about this size.
Ooh.
There is a key inside. It's not for to kick you out. It's just down the street down here. It's unfurnished, but you know it'll get you started.
What?
You bought him a house.
I just literally give him a massive hug. I'm like, you didn't have to do this.
So it is still
Thank
in the what's referred to as the Wall District, which is the poor district, technically. There's not really a poor district in Togoval, but it is down the road from. It's basically a couple of doors down from Narlock and Rachel.
A man after my own heart.
And to Rachel, he hands her a piece of paper, and when she unfurls it, it is written on it that before Torgaval goes to war, the house will be remodeled to fit on the side of it where it's not built into another house, an extra bedroom and an extra extension on the downstairs.
She is very happy about that because she was finding space has become complicated. Okay.
Oh, is it my turn?
Yep.
Okay. I'll start with Narlock then. For a joint gift first for him and his fiancée. The offer to officiate the
Aww.
Oh.
wedding. For the then for I forgot their name. Your fiancée.
Rachel.
Right, for Rachel, a wolfskin swaddling blanket or wolf fur. And for Narlock himself, a scabbard for his daggers with the symbol of Helm engraved.
Nice.
Holy hell!
Okay, for Celadine, a horseback desk that remains stable in motion.
Yes.
Nice.
So I had to write a letter to the Tinkers in Dale for that one. Or is it? Oh,
I can actually reply to my letters on the road.
Yeah.
well, I was going to give you a calligraphy set, but someone stole that idea. Okay, for Roberto, a silver lyre
Oh,
and a box of protective sleeves. There are about 50 of them. Use them wisely.
Like, Zed, you spoil me.
To gestalt, a crossbow carved with lunar runes. Easier to fire from a
Wheelchair, yeah.
wheelchair than a bow.
Look.
Okay.
Aww.
To a certain someone, they pipe and a box of tobacco.
Yeah.
To Tibbles, a hock of finest beef on the bone from the butcher.
Yep.
It may not compare to the Quaylen, but it should sure you'll enjoy it.
Well, they have enjoyed 2 Turtle-Quailans, but that's the point.
Yeah. To White Band, a pair of silver sapphire engraved braces.
These are nice.
To Lana, a lunar sextant.
Cool. Actually, that's quite useful.
those are those things you use to measure the stars at sea, right?
Yeah. That's the one.
To Furs, the Vorpal greatsword stamped with the Hawknut crest.
Wow.
Mm.
That was the music.
Yeah, the music's cut out again.
Okay, are you gonna like this one? To Saliva, a tasteful boudoir sketch of Zed entitled "As Close as You're Ever Gonna Get."
Who did you get to paint that?
Tilly.
It's not very good quality. It exists.
Wait, it's a mystery. What?
Throw this word back at him.
Yeah. To Lexington, a sounding horn that can be made into a drinking horn.
Okay.
And for Patches, a custom-made silver coin stamp with the 4 seasons.
Hey, someone remembered I existed. I like the cleric now. And then just disappears. And then he's making his little patches.
Yeah, see, surprise, he's given us a lot.
Yeah, I like it.
Not for free, he hasn't.
Celadine.
Oh, right. right, it's me.
I assume that's the end of Zed's.
Yeah, that was the end of mine. Sorry.
Okay. For 20 Tibbles and I guess 21 and hockey now because we didn't have them at the time I was writing this up. I've basically gone and gotten all the best cuts of the meat bones from Fosco's feast and put those outside with a little ribbon outside on them.
Aww.
Nothing from White Band's table then.
No, I don't want to kill them. For Eldod, I got him some of the fanciest Halfton tobacco that money could buy. For Fosco, a similar vein fancy booze from Halfton, which I assume was the best money could buy because it cost quite a lot.
Mm.
For Andal, I got him the bundle of Mechtown arrows. Well, carefully explaining to them they all do weird and random things, and I can't quite remember which ones do what. They're all sort of muddled together, but...
He just gets this glittering look in his eye of like, I'm going to find out.
I know some of them do paralysis, but I don't know which ones. For Lana, I'm giving her Rupert's dagger that Nola gave me, made out of Rupert's ring in a very fancy leather worked scabbard. That's the word.
In exchange for that, she hands you her ring of the Belmont family. It's the Ring of Bane, the one that the dagger was originally turned out of. And kind of looking at this, Richter just kind of nods and then reaches into his kind of cloak and prefers you both the pewter necklace of Bane's claw.
Okay, I've got a lot of necklaces now.
It's a thing.
For Zed, I have got a symbol of the Lunar Pantheon made of pure silver that's a custom-made one with all of the different Lunar Pantheon gods on it, and I think there's moonstone inlaid in it.
Yep.
Yes, there's moonstone inlaid alongside the two goddesses, and the wolves have got... I know they've got a gemstone alongside them. I can't read my own terrible handwriting.
So is this Snake Eater and Esther, or Fenris and...
Fenris and Malar.
So Fenris Sulfur would be moonstone, while Malar would be obsidian.
That's it.
Yeah, I made a guess at obsidian there.
Yeah, well, it's the Black Wolf.
Yeah.
For Norlock and Rachel, I've got a copy of the book, A Guide for New Parents, and for Rachel specifically, I got her a basket of nice bath things because she looked quite tired out.
Aww.
For Roberto, I got him a leather belt with all of the different titles he's earned engraved into it.
Oh, wow.
That's pretty cool.
Thank you.
No problem. For Sagoria, I got all of these signed C. Tully books, and I got one of those ladies' vanity sets that's inlaid with rubies.
Aww.
Nice.
Bella and Nera, I got them some silver hair things and a vanity set each laid with amethysts instead.
Nice.
And for Richter, because I wasn't expecting him to be here and I don't know him very well, so I've had to scramble a bit. I've just got him a big box full of flavoured teas.
Aw. He appreciates that. He likes tea.
And for White Band, oh god, this is going to sound really like I'm being really cheap and like I haven't done as much, but he knows the whole thing about how making things for each other is, yeah.
Yeah.
Everywhere we've been going since we left for Brayla, I've been trying to get a bottle of something interesting from, and by bottle I mean like a bottle of, do you remember the meteorite that hit? I got a bottle of the dust from that.
Aww.
A bottle full of the glowstones. There's a filter of pure water that we got from, God, I think that was from under Rolver's Mountain.
The pure water was from, that was from the Underdungeon.
Yeah, a bottle of the Ironfoot's fungus that reacts like coal, and a bottle of sand from the Southern Wastes.
Nice.
It's just, it's all places we've been, so it's like you were there.
Genuinely touched by this. And as the meal continues with all presents given, there is a loud noise from outside, as it sounds like something heavy has just landed in the garden.
Is that Brimbell?
No, Brimball's been there at the meal the entire time.
Ooh, is it some?
So go outside and look.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll go.
Okay, you head outside and you see a large shipping crate. Massive, about 50 feet by 30 feet. It has a large pink and red ribbon around it, and there is a note attached. With a note saying, "For the elf girl."
Okay.
Celadine, I think this is yours.
What?
The elf girl.
I just go up to the box and just go,
Solid metal. Bit of an echo. Clearly full of something.
What do we do with that? Does anyone have a crowbar?
You open the note.
Yeah, open the note, yeah.
You seem to really like these, and I didn't want them to get burnt, so happy Winter Festival? Scorer said it would be okay, so I sent these. Signed Violanetta. You don't recognize the name.
From someone, I think it's one of Scora's friends, but I don't know. Does anyone?
What is this dragon shipping?
Do we open it?
Do you want to?
Pull the ribbon.
Yeah, pull the ribbon. Help!
The ribbon comes off.
Oh.
It doesn't open. It is a shipping crate.
Okay.
Genuinely, does anyone have a crowbar?
yes. Of course I have a crowbar. Not just on top of the box going, on it.
Strength
You
check on one
started
side.
with a crowbar. It's in the burglar's kit.
Just
Strength check assist.
Yeah, okay. Narlock strength with advantage.
12.
12? Yep, it opens. And inside you see thousands of books. And your thoughts instantly dart back to Brayla. Do you remember the book warehouse?
Yeah. Oh no. We gave her a writ of transit.
You did.
Oh God. The nice girl who was on the counter.
The nice red-headed girl with the ponytail, yeah.
Is this the entire inventory?
Yep.
Could someone go get Papa and tell him to take his heart medication before he comes out here?
I'm surprised that as soon as you looked in there, you didn't start foaming at the mouth.
Oh, she did a little bit.
Oh, yeah. I mean, these are all fiction books and a couple of old textbooks, but yeah.
There's quite a lot of books.
Held up.
Hey, Celadine, if you think about it, there's probably a couple of spells in here somewhere.
You're right. Start digging frantically.
Okay, and we're going to call that there. Cool.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I know it's just one last thing.
Go on.
Just when everyone's going home in the evening,
Okay.
I wanted to basically wait until White Band left and then say, "Oh, he forgot something," and run out after him.
Okay, yeah.
And so go, wait, White Band.
Yes.
I've got one more present for you.
You're confused?
Hold up, mistletoe.
Hey.
I'm confused. Why would I want poisonous, deciduous? Oh, wait! And then you think, oh,
Yay.
yay.
Sorry, that's so dorky.
They finally guessed!
No.
Did we see this?
No lot. Yeah, give me perception checks, everyone. Everyone does it.
Yay!
With the exception of Zed, who rolls at base.
That's
He got
right.
an actual 20.
I rolled 2 18s and never 8 and 9. 21.
Oh, this you will pass well on.
23 on one roll.
What was the other roll?
Is it? This is the. I only rolled one.
Yours is base. Narlock and Roboto both had disadvantage.
Oh, yeah. So. Oh, they have disadvantage.
Yeah. Still rolled well.
Oh,
Oh, okay, that's 15.
I got 23.
23. And you got like 21.
Yeah.
Yeah, you will see what happens. I'm sorry, you're
Narlock and Rachel are just peering around the crate, just going.
Ah.
It happened. Oh,
I'm just smiling furiously. I'm like, I want to yell, but I'm not going to. I'm just going to let them have their moment.
Yeah.
And then
I'm
I'm
try your birthday present. This is gonna try out your Christmas present.
Now, throughout the day, certain invitations arrive for the party, which you will enjoy next session. There is an invitation to the winter market that is taking place from the 21st until the 10th. And you are asked to come by one Crilly, who is opening a stall.
Oh, Grilly!
He's opening. Oh no, he's opening a stall.
You have an invitation from Tilly to the Black Hearts Winter Ball.
Ooh.
Oh,
You have an invitation from Clive to the Necrobane Blackspire Drinks, Food and Goodwill. It's a give a gift, take a gift event.
Oh, bring him back to bed. Yeah.
You're expected to put a gift on the table and take a gift at random. There is the Blue Vein Clan and Blackened Hunters, namely Lana, drinking and music pub crawl. To be led by Lana, Rugsmelg, and King Brunhilde. Bar brawl by the tree at midnight. There is an emphatic invitation for Narlock and Roboto. There is Mayor of Lexington's Dinner for the Poor and Hungry. Donations or time appreciated. Trophy for subsection with biggest donation. Individual prizes for most time given. And there is also the Winter Games event that will be taking place on the last day of the 12th month. Namely the snowball fight, the snowman building competition, the toboggan, and the figure skating. Oh, and the skiing.
can I have a list of all those invites again so I can write them down? Because I've got
I will
about
get
half
you
of
them all completely. The snowball, snowman, and toboggan are team events, by the way.
Oh, well, we're definitely entering that. Magic's allowed, right?
Yeah.
Good.
Okay.
Oh, no cheating with magic. Come
No,
on.
magic allowed.
It's not cheating. It's just imbuing a snowball with magic missile. That's not cheating.
So not with fireball.
Sweet
but
Jesus,
it's
what's
mid.
Eldog gonna do?
Let's get him on our team. That's a really good idea.
Oh, please. Clive, Gloria, and Fanders are still alive.
If that is not cheating, then neither is filling up a big giant pipe with a portion of gunpowder and a whole load of snow to just aim it at someone and go.
I just,
Right, that's
all
not...
what about Ixom? All she has to do is land and breathe on everyone.
Is she allowed to compete?
Oh, last but not least, by the way, with the Patrick Parsnip, story about the adventures and trials of an anthropomorphic vegetables, told with the main character of Patrick Parsnip and his sisters, Trinian Turnip and Susanna Swede, and then
Oh my god.
Petunia Parsley. And I checked, Swede, Turnip, Parsnip, Parsley are all part of the same family.
Yes, yes, they are.
That's adorable.
And let's see if anyone gets this one. The Dangers of the World and the Adventures of the Uneducated Crypt Boy, the books that were given to Narlock, by one Bethany Beth Asday.
Beth Aston.
I feel like I know it and I don't know where from, and that's what's going
Not the
on.
Tales of Peter Rabbit.
No, that's where the Patrick Parsnip comes from.
Bethany Bethesday.
Try Beth Asday.
Wait. Oh, wait.
Bethesda.
Bethesda.
Crypt Boy. It's Vault Boy. I
Oh.
was trying to work out ones to go with like strength, dexterity.
And so when I heard Boy of the Crypt, I thought you were making us.
Tales from the Crypt.
And no, I thought he was pulling out something to do with Millibosh.
Could be, he's the Crypt Boy.
Oh, anyway, really sorry, but I'm gonna
No,
have
that's
to
fine. We are ending that there.
I have to hit the snooze on that there.
But no, I had a great time with that. Thanks, Cal.
Yeah, that was
I
Really
thought
good.
you guys would enjoy that after so many
Yeah.
heavy shit. And we're going to have another session of fairly light and fun next session. So, yeah.
That was
Oh,
really
you go
fun
bed.
one.
You got work in the morning.
Me go.
When do you guys want to play again? We're free Tuesday and Thursday next week. So if you guys are free both, we could play both.
Potentially, yeah.
Potentially, yes. So I'll whip up the next bit of Strahd. I know you're eager for that, aren't you?
Yes.
And for hopefully Elijah's this time confession.
Please.
Please, we're all getting really antsy about it now.
Yeah, now it feels like it's gone on for too long.
Yeah. Oh, there's still so much. There's still so much.
I know.
You just don't know.
Okay, how does this sound to you, Nick?
Yeah.
How about we do Travelers of Leyspark on Tuesday, and then Curse of Strahd on Thursday next week?
Yep, I think that shouldn't be a problem.
Because I've basically got everything prepped for the next, like, 5, 6, 7 sessions, however long this... I've basically got everything ready to the end of the campaign, and I know what's going on. But I know you've got work next week, whereas I've got annual leave, so...
No, so I have work, but it doesn't mean that as long as I'm not overly bad with my sleeping pattern, I should be fine. I mean, I'm working back in the office now. I'm not on site anymore, so no more early starts.
Oh, that's
that's
good.
nice then.
Okay, let's pencil in Travelers of Leyspark for Tuesday.
Okay. Yeah, I've got myself my own calendar now.
Yay.
Makes things so much easier.
It does. And then Strahd on Thursday. I'm going to have a pipe before we go to bed.
Cool. Am I allowed to see the invites so I can just copy them out, or?
Absolutely, yeah. To be honest, I
Yeah.
think it was.
So, speaking of pipe, will I have to talk to you about? Will you send me something about things that happened in that time?
Oh yeah, I know you want to keep them secret, so yeah. Oh, I can't give you that one, but that's the Black Heart invitation.
Oh, it's a black
Okay.
card ball. I've already got that one.
Okay, so that next
That's that one.
Tuesday is the 11th. Yes.
Yes.
Right. So Travelers of Leyspark.
Got that one. Got that one. Oh, I think I might have already got them all then.
Brilliant. There's also skiing, which is not included in that.
So I've got the Festival Market,
Yeah.
Clive's,
Which I can't give you the stuff to.
Clive's,
Yeah.
Lana's Pub Crawl,
Yeah.
Mayor of Lexington's Poor and Hungry Food,
Yeah.
the Black Heart Ball invite,
Yeah.
Massive Snowball Fight.
Yes.
Is that all of them?
That's all of them.
Brilliant, I did get them all then.
So, Nick, do you want me to send you how I found out how to run music through Zoom?
No, I actually know how to do it.
Perfect. I should have just asked you in the first place, but I looked it up and it's like, I want to surprise everyone.
Yeah. The thing is, though, we could hear the music, but it was like it was coming through your microphone. It wasn't clear on both sides.
Was the vocals clear?
No, but it's only the melody.
No, there were no vocals. No, I mean,
Oh no, our vocals were fine, but the music was just very light in the background. It wasn't.
that's the
big.
point. It's just meant to be light. It's that background music just to kind of flavour what's going on.
Yeah. Well, obviously, if you look back over this video, you'll be able to see.
Yeah, I'll
Yourself.
probably hear what's going on. Yeah, and then I'll know to adjust or anything.
Honestly, weird thing when we were test running it, it seemed to go too loud more often than it did too quiet. So
It might be interesting to see how it is in the recording because.
Yeah.
Okay, so I got Curse of Strahd on the 13th, Travelers of Leyspark on the 11th, And birthday boy here on the 10th.
Yep. Yes, indeed.
Oh, yeah. What weekend did we say we might be able to?
I think we were talking in February.
Yeah.
Because
So I've got the February here.
Yeah.
Dudley's birthday is the 15th, obviously.
Yeah.
We're away over Valentine's Day, but
Yeah.
So that's the 12th and the 13th. That's the 12th and the 13th, yeah. Because Valentine's Day falls on a Monday this year.
It does. So tell you what, I'll double check when we're away and when I've got weekends off, and we'll try and get for something between the two.
Yeah, I mean, we could easily do a little bit earlier or something. We could do the 5th and the 6th.
That's what I'm thinking, actually.
Okay.
You guys go with that?
Ooh, Year of the Tiger, is it?
It is, yes. So, what do people think of that session, by the way?
Oh, I loved it.
Really fun. I had a great time.
Oh, I'm glad.
it's nice having all the downtime bit after so long.
I'm travelling for so long, but we know that this is the downtime at the end, isn't it? I'm guessing that's the reason why a lot of these presents may not have too much of an effect, because
It's almost like this is our second big adventure we've just come back from now. We did our first one going full circle around all the towns and get our way back to Torgaval, and now we've just done that again after going through Brela and all the way back through the north. Now we're on to the last hurdle.
Exactly. Now, it's Bastult or bust. You've
Yeah.
basically been everywhere on Celebor, with the
Yeah.
exception of Bastult. And there's a northern realm you haven't been to.
That's the homeland of the elves, isn't it?
It's the homeland of the High Elves.
That we got.
Yeah.
Yeah.
because we stopped at the border, didn't we, when we joined the little camp of the refugees?
Yeah, basically, you got to Fanbercha, which was where the ones who didn't ally with the King of the Elves.
So it wouldn't have been very safe to go in there anyway.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So Richter's a bit of an enigma, though. I actually I compare him to the new CEO, the Grets guy.
Yeah, I kind of get, because I don't get the impression that he tries to do anything bad, but just something about him just.
He's doing what he feels he has to.
Mm.
He feels like he is good, and you guys feel like you are good. Now, you guys are the heroes. I was never going to write a story where you guys are actually the villains or anything like that. But my idea was it's two different groups going at what they think is the right thing and the good thing, and those two ideologies have to butt heads.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. That's the way it goes at the end of the day, isn't it? I mean, the one that's usually in the wrong is generally the Umbridge character who thinks they're doing right, but are doing evil things.
Exactly. Richter knows he's doing evil things, but he's doing evil things because he knows he needs a ruler that can take on the Lead Witch.
It reminds me a little bit of the whole purpose of the story of gonna sound far-fetched, but Gunman Wing, the leader of the army in it, Tres Cushionada, he wants to purposely stage the biggest war mankind has ever seen, so they'll never do it again.
No, that makes
If
sense.
you already do that.
Bigger.
Yeah. So he sets it up so that the democracy is falling to his dictatorship that he has shaped to grow rebellion, so that the rebels decide that the only way to solve it is to try and destroy both ends of it by blowing up. So he creates this massive war with everything at stake.
That's actually not far off what Richter's actually doing. So Richter's spent the last 600 years trying to cultivate heroes within his own ranks to take the throne. Basically, think of King Arthur's story.
Yeah.
Now, in the last 100 to 200 years, he's gone, you know what, that's not working. Instead, what if I become the villain? Because heroes only rise against villains. So if I become the villain, then a hero must rise to defeat me. And if a hero rises to defeat me, the stilt will fall in line behind them, because that's how he's built the country. He's built the country to literally go, the second that Richter is gone for good, the whole country goes, our ruler. You know?
That's what you're saying. A hero's a hero, but everyone loves a good villain.
Also true.
There's I'm just looking over spells and I've just spotted one that you may want to veto for me.
Which one?
Alter reality.
Oh. Let's have a look.
It's basically a variant of limited wish.
That's a Scarlet Witch spell.
Except I feel like that one would work slightly better than limited wish, because you're literally showing the world what you want it to do.
So you are welcome to take that one. The alter reality spell only actually affects things within your visual.
Oh, in that case, I'm taking prismatic spray instead.
Yeah. That's the standard running, because it is an aspect of limited wish that's only got limited range. So it's basically what you can see around you. You know?
Yeah, that's fine. Honestly, it seemed a little bit overpowered anyway. That's why I was saying.
That's because in first edition, it's the more powerful version of the two spells.
Can I ask as well? Obviously, our time and talk about. On the 10th, would Zed have done some kind of full moon service? Because I mean, it's his first full moon back in.
Oh God, yeah, absolutely would. Sorry, anything like that, I probably just flushed over, but yeah, there would have been a full moon mass. And then when Zed woke up, he would have looked much more orcish, if that makes sense.
Getting his tusks back.
Yeah, the tusks have started to grow in.
Makes it difficult when you've spent several months learning to chew without them.
Yeah.
Biting your lip.
Oh, so I'm naming the new puppy 21. I can't think of
Oh my
anything.
God, I wasn't trying to.
I know you were, but the thing is, I can't think of anything else that seems to fit it now. That's okay. 20 will have to learn how to be a good big brother.
Yeah. And this is a husky puppy, by the way.
A husky puppy.
Husky puppy.
What's the husky puppy's intelligence?
Average for dog. So better than 20.
That's all right. In which case, there's a very real chance it'll intimidate 20.
No, trust me, that one of 20's best skills is intimidation.
Ooh. He's a good boy. He's a good boy indeed. He saved the Tequalan.
Yeah. No, he didn't say.
the house.
Oh, I loved it so much. I love how you guys all role played it as well. Well done.
I still love that you got us to wear the hats and all that. The Tibbles and the top hat.
20 had a fez.
Yes, 20 had a fez.
The fez on an owlbear, that actually suits.
Yeah.
Weirdly, yeah.
Weirdly, all of the stuff that happened and the fact he's an owlbear still works.
The 20 had the fez, Roberto had the fedora.
Yeah.
So the horse and the fedora.
Horse.
And
Horse
Hockey
Dora.
had the flat cap.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Let me go and pop this away.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so it's great. It was great seeing you guys. So we hope you rest up well, and we'll see you on Tuesday for more Leyspark.
Yes.
We'll see you on Tuesday.
See you.
Right.
Bye-bye.
You live. Right, bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, guys.
All the best.